I've spent 15 years working as a long-haul surveyor. My job is essentially to go to places where the maps are fuzzy, where the GPS pings off satellites that seem a million miles away, and make sure the ground is actually where the government says it is. I'm not a man prone to flights of fancy. I don't believe in ghosts, and I've never been the type to get spooked by a snapping twig in the woods. When you spend months out of the year sleeping in a reinforced tent or the back of a modified Ford F-150, you learn to categorize sounds. That's a coyote. That's a shifting rock. That's just the wind playing tricks on the ridge. But what happened 3 years ago in the Blackwood Basin changed the way I look at the dark. It changed the way I look at light, too, especially the kind of light that shouldn't be there. It was late October. I was finishing up a topographical scan in a valley so remote that the nearest paved road was a 6-hour crawl through jagged limestone and old-growth pine. The basin is notorious for its microclimates. One minute you're looking at a clear autumn sky, and the next, the humidity drops off a cliff and the fog rolls in. Not just a mist, but a thick, curdled white soup that swallows your boots and turns your high beams into two useless glowing walls. I was behind schedule. I'd stayed out too long trying to calibrate a stubborn sensor on the north slope, and by the time I packed my gear, the sun was already a bruised purple smudge behind the peaks. Then, the fog hit. It didn't roll in. It seemed to rise out of the very soil. Within 10 minutes, I couldn't see the hood of my truck. I decided to hunker down. Rule number 1 in the basin: if you can't see the trail, you don't drive. The drop-offs are hundreds of feet deep and completely unforgiving. I climbed into the cab, locked the doors, a habit more than a necessity, or so I thought, and cracked a thermos of lukewarm coffee. The silence was absolute. No crickets, no wind, just the hum of my own ears in the damp pressure of the fog. That's when I saw it. About 50 yards ahead, right in the middle of where I knew the old logging trail narrowed, a soft amber glow flickered. It wasn't the sharp blue-white LED of a modern flashlight. It was warm, oscillating. It looked exactly like the light from an old oil lantern. It stayed perfectly still for a moment, then began to swing back and forth in a slow, rhythmic arc. Someone was standing out there in the soup, holding a light, waiting for me to move. My first thought wasn't fear, it was confusion. There shouldn't have been anyone within 40 miles of me. My second thought was that I'd missed a hiker, or maybe another surveyor. I rolled down the window just an inch. The air that hit my face was unnaturally cold, smelling of wet iron and rotted leaves. "Hey," I shouted, my voice sounding flat and muffled against the fog. "You all right?" The lantern stopped swinging. It hung there, a solitary gold eye in the white void. Then very slowly it began to move away from me, deeper into the valley. It bobbed with the gait of someone walking, but there was no sound of footsteps on the gravel, no crunch of leaves, just that silent, inviting glow drifting into the places where the maps ended. I told myself it was a ranger, maybe someone looking for a lost party, but as I watched that light, a cold knot began to tighten in my stomach. A rational man would have stayed in the truck, but there's a specific kind of pressure that comes with isolation, a need to bridge the gap between yourself and another living soul. I grabbed my heavy-duty maglite, stepped out into the knee-high mist, and followed the amber glow. It was the biggest mistake of my life. The fog didn't just obscure my vision, it distorted my sense of distance. I felt like I was walking through wet wool. Every time I picked up my pace, the amber lantern ahead of me seemed to accelerate just enough to stay out of reach. I kept my maglite aimed at the ground, trying to find the tracks of whoever was leading me, but the logging trail had vanished. Under my boots, the ground felt soft, almost spongy, like I was walking over a layer of something that wasn't quite dirt. "Wait up," I called out again. My voice felt like it was being swallowed by the mist before it even left my throat. The light stopped. It was perhaps 20 feet away now. I could see the silhouette of the person holding it, or at least I thought I could. It was a tall, spindly shape, draped in what looked like a heavy, dark coat that reached the ground. The lantern hung from a long, thin arm that didn't seem to have a hand at the end of it, just a gnarled hook of bone or wood. I clicked my maglite to its highest setting and swung the beam directly at the figure. The light should have revealed a face, a jacket, a person. Instead, the beam of my flashlight seemed to pass right through the shape, hitting the fog behind it. There was no solid body there, just the lantern hanging in midair and a shadow that was darker than the night around it. I froze. My internal alarm, the one that tells you a predator is watching, didn't just ring, it screamed. I realized then that I wasn't on the logging trail anymore. I looked down at my feet. I was standing on the edge of a limestone sinkhole, a jagged, glory hole that dropped straight down into the subterranean drainage system of the basin. One more step and I would have been gone. The lantern didn't move, but then a sound came from the darkness behind the light. It wasn't a human voice. It was a wet, clicking noise, like a massive insect snapping its mandibles, followed by a low, rhythmic thrumming that I felt in my teeth. "You're not supposed to be here," I whispered to myself, the logic finally shattering. The shadow began to grow. It didn't walk toward me. It expanded, the edges of the dark coat-like shape unfurling like the wings of a moth. The amber light of the lantern flared, turning a sickly, bruised purple. The smell of rotted leaves was replaced instantly by the stench of something ancient and medicinal, like formaldehyde and old blood. I turned to run, but my boots slipped on the slick moss of the sinkhole's rim. I fell hard, my maglite clattering into the abyss. I heard it hit the walls, asterisk clack, 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 asterisk, until the sound just vanished into the depths. I was alone in the dark, with only that purple-tinged lantern hovering 10 feet away. I scrambled backward on my hands and knees, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The thrumming sound grew louder, vibrating through the ground. I could see things in the fog now, other lights. Faint, flickering sparks, dozens of them appearing in a circle around me. They weren't guidance, they were lures. I reached into my pocket and fumbled for my flare gun, a standard piece of my kit I usually carried for bears. My hands were shaking so violently, I nearly dropped the plastic orange casing. I broke the action, shoved a flare in, and snapped it shut. I didn't aim at the lights, I aimed straight up. The flare hissed into the sky, a brilliant, screaming red fountain of phosphorus. For 5 seconds, the fog was illuminated from within. In that brief crimson flash, I saw them. They weren't people. They were tall, pale things like bleached driftwood carved into the shape of men. They had no faces, just smooth, white surfaces where eyes and mouths should be. And they were all holding lanterns. Not with hands, but with long, translucent filaments that grew out of their chests. There were hundreds of them standing perfectly still in the woods, all facing me. The red light died. The darkness that followed was heavier than before. I didn't wait, I didn't think. I stood up and bolted in the direction I thought my truck was. I didn't care about the sinkholes or the cliffs. I ran until my lungs burned like they were filled with acid. Behind me, I could hear the clicking, thousands of tiny snaps like a forest of dry twigs breaking all at once. They were moving. I hit something hard, the metal fender of my truck. I didn't even look for the keys. I dived into the bed, scrambled into the cab through the rear sliding window, and slammed it shut. I fumbled for the ignition, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The engine turned over, the roar of the V8 feeling like the only real thing left in the world. I slammed the truck into gear and floored it. I didn't care about the fog or the road. I drove by instinct, the tires screaming as they gripped the gravel. In my rearview mirror, as I tore away, I saw the amber lights gathering. They didn't chase me. They just drifted back to the center of the trail, swinging slowly back and forth, waiting for the next person to get lost in the mist. I drove for 4 hours without stopping, long after I'd reached the paved highway. I didn't call the police. What would I say? That the trees were holding lanterns. I went to a diner in a small town called Oakhaven, sat in a booth, and watched my hands shake until the sun came up. A few weeks later, I was back at the regional office. I was looking through the old archives, trying to find some mention of the basin's lights. I found a report from 1954. A logging crew of 6 men had vanished in a single night during a heavy fog. When the search parties went in, they found the equipment, the trucks, and the tents all untouched. The only thing they found that was out of place was a pile of 6 old, brass lanterns sitting in the middle of the road. The lanterns were brand new, but inside the glass, instead of oil or wicks, the searchers found something else. They found human teeth. I quit the surveying business a month later. I moved to the desert, where the air is dry and you can see for 50 miles in every direction. People ask me why I hate the rain, or why I keep every light in my house burning until dawn. I don't tell them about the Blackwood Basin. I don't tell them about the things that wait in the white silence. But sometimes, when the power goes out or a storm rolls in from the coast, I look out my window, and just for a second I see a flicker of amber out on the horizon. It's not a star and it's not a car. It's a slow, rhythmic swing. If you're ever driving and the fog gets too thick to see your own hands, do yourself a favor. Don't look for a light to guide you home. Stay in the dark. Because in the endless fog, the light isn't there to help you see. It's there so they can see you. The desert was supposed to be my sanctuary. I settled in a small, scorched earth town 300 miles from the nearest cedar tree, a place where the horizon was a razor-sharp line and the humidity never rose above 12%. I took a job as a night auditor for a municipal water district, mostly staring at digital gauges and ensuring the pressure in the pipes didn't drop. It was sterile. It was predictable. Most importantly, it was dry. There is no fog in the Mojave, only the heat shimmer that dances off the asphalt and that I could handle. Heat shimmer doesn't have a gate. It doesn't hold a lantern. For 2 years, I actually thought I'd escaped. I'd started sleeping 4, maybe 5 hours a night without the help of a bottle of bourbon. The shaking in my hands had subsided to a dull tremor that only showed up when I had to change a light bulb or when a low-hanging cloud drifted over the mountains. I had a routine. I had a perimeter. I'd installed 4 industrial-grade stadium lights on the corners of my small ranch house, powered by a dedicated generator. My neighbors thought I was a paranoid crank, a desert rat with a fear of coyotes, and I let them think it. It was better than the truth. But the world has a way of reminding you that you don't get to choose the terms of your survival. It started on a Tuesday in mid-August. The monsoon season, as the locals call it, was hitting hard. Usually, these storms are violent but brief, 10 minutes of horizontal rain that turns the arroyos into rushing rivers, followed by a sunset that looks like a painting of a forest fire. But this system was different. It hung over the valley like a wet wool blanket. The temperature didn't drop. The moisture just sat there, trapped between the peaks, turning the desert floor into a steaming, humid pressure cooker. I was at the water station, sitting in the glow of 6 computer monitors, when the barometer on the wall began to scream. It wasn't a malfunction. The atmospheric pressure was plummeting at a rate I'd never seen, not even back in the basin. I looked out the reinforced glass of the observation bay. The stadium lights of the facility were usually bright enough to illuminate the chain-link fence 100 yards away. Now, they were mere halos of sickly yellow. The fog had come to the desert. It shouldn't have been possible. The ground was too hot, the air too stagnant. But there it was, a thick, curdled white wall rolling in from the salt flats, moving against the wind. It didn't look like weather. It looked like an intrusion. It swallowed the scrub brush, then the fence, and finally pressed itself against the glass of the office, thick and opaque as white paint. The power flickered. The monitors hummed, the screens jumping with static, and then the backup hum of the UPS systems kicked in. I stood up, my chair clattering against the linoleum, my heart already hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I reached for the radio to call the main office, but all that came through the speaker was a wet, rhythmic clicking. Click-snap, click-snap. I backed away from the window. My breath was coming in short, jagged hitches. "Not here," I whispered, the words tasting like copper in my mouth. "Not here." Then through the white suit pressed against the glass, I saw it, 50 yards out near the main gate, a soft amber glow. It wasn't a LED, it wasn't a security light. It was that warm, oscillating flicker I'd seen 3 years ago. It began to swing, back and forth, a slow, hypnotic arc that seemed to pull the very air out of my lungs. I didn't move. I knew the rules now. I knew that if I stayed inside, if I kept the barrier of the glass and the steel between us, I might have a chance. But then the light didn't stay at the gate. It began to move, not toward me, but around the perimeter of the building. And as it moved, other lights began to wink into existence in the fog, 1 to the north, 3 to the east, a dozen more appearing like ghost stars in the mist. The thrumming started then. It wasn't a sound you heard with your ears. It was a vibration that settled into your marrow. It felt like the earth itself was vibrating at a frequency designed to shake the meat off your bones. I grabbed my emergency kit, my fingers fumbling for the flare gun I still kept in my belt, but my hands were slick with cold sweat. The station's heavy steel door rattled. Something was on the other side. Not a hand knocking, but a soft, persistent brushing sound, like the wings of 1,000 moths beating against the metal. "Go away," I croaked, clutching a heavy iron wrench I'd pulled from the tool rack. The clicking intensified. It was coming from the vents now, from the crawlspace beneath the floorboards. The smell hit me next, not the scent of rain on dry earth, but that suffocating, medicinal stench of formaldehyde and rotted vegetation. It was the smell of the Blackwood Basin, transported 1,000 miles across the map to find me in my hiding place. I realized then that they hadn't just been waiting in the fog back then. They had marked me. I was a surveyor. I spent my life defining borders, drawing lines between the known and the unknown. But in that valley, I had crossed a line that wasn't meant to be breached, and the things with the lanterns didn't care about geography. They didn't care about the desert or the mountains. They only cared about the light they carried and the dark they commanded. The glass of the observation window began to frost over, despite the 100-degree heat outside. A thin, white filament, translucent and pulsing with a faint, internal luminescence pressed against the pane. It looked like a root or a nerve ending. It searched the surface of the glass, moving with a blind, terrifying intelligence until it found a hairline fracture near the frame. I watched, paralyzed, as the filament began to thread itself through the crack. It was followed by another and another. They weren't trying to break in. They were weaving themselves into the structure of the room. I knew I couldn't stay. If I stayed in this box, I was just a trapped insect waiting for the collector's needle. I had to get to my truck. It was parked only 20 feet from the side door, under a heavy corrugated carport. I took a deep breath, checked the load on my flare gun, and gripped the handle of the side door. I didn't look at the windows. I didn't look at the amber lights swinging in the distance. I counted to 3, slammed the door open, and dived into the white. The cold was instantaneous. It felt like stepping into a meat locker. The fog was so thick I could feel it in my throat, a damp, heavy weight that made every breath a struggle. I couldn't see my own feet. I reached out blindly, my hand striking the cold, wet metal of the truck's fender. I heard a sound right next to my ear, a low, wet hiss. I didn't think. I spun and fired the flare gun point blank into the mist. The world turned a screaming, violent red. In the flash of the phosphorus, I saw it, one of them, standing less than 5 feet away. It was taller than I remembered, a spindly, bleached white horror that seemed constructed of nothing but angles and pale, translucent skin. It had no eyes, but the smooth surface of its head tilted toward me as if sensing the heat of my body. From its chest, a dozen of those long, fleshy filaments extended, hooked into the side of my truck, slowly peeling the metal back like it was parchment. The flare struck it in the center of its featureless face. The thing didn't scream. It didn't even recoil. It simply absorbed the heat, the red light bleeding into its pale skin until it glowed like a coal. But the distraction worked. I scrambled into the driver's seat, slammed the door, and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, but as the headlights cut through the fog, I saw that I wasn't alone in the parking lot. There were dozens of them now. They were standing in a perfect circle around the truck, their lanterns raised high. The amber light was no longer soft. It was blinding, a harsh, predatory gold that seemed to burn through the windshield. They began to move in unison. They didn't walk, they glided, their long, dark cloaks, which I now realized were part of their own bodies, like the leathery wings of a bat, trailing in the mist. The clicking sound was a deafening roar now, a rhythmic cacophony that shattered the glass of the side mirrors. I put the truck in 4-low and floored it. I felt the sickening crunch of something brittle beneath the tires, like driving over a pile of dry bones, but I didn't stop. I smashed through the chain-link fence, the metal screaming as it tore away, and headed for the open desert. I didn't follow the road. The road was where they expected me. I drove by the compass, heading straight for the high dunes where the ground was too unstable for anything heavy to follow. But the lights were behind me. Not just one or two, but a sea of them, bobbing and weaving through the fog like a fleet of ghost ships. They were faster than the truck. Every time I looked in the rearview mirror, they were closer, the amber glow filling the cab, casting long, distorted shadows of my own head against the dashboard. Then the engine began to sputter. The thrumming vibration was interfering with the electronics. The dashboard lights flickered and died. The power steering went stiff. I fought the wheel, desperate to keep the truck moving, but the desert sand was getting deeper, the tires spinning fruitlessly as the vehicle slowed to a crawl. I was a mile from the station, lost in a sea of white fog and shifting sand, with an army of faceless things closing in. I grabbed my bag, a spare box of flares and my surveyor's transit, a heavy, brass-bound telescope I'd kept out of habit. It wasn't much of a weapon, but it was solid. I climbed out of the truck just as the engine gave its final, dying gasp. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. The clicking had stopped. The thrumming had stopped. The only thing I could hear was the sound of my own blood rushing in my ears. I stood my ground, the flare gun raised. "Come on then," I yelled, my voice cracking. "Show me what you are." The fog parted, not because of the wind, but as if it were being drawn back by an invisible hand. The circle of pale figures stood 20 feet away, their lanterns held perfectly still. One of them stepped forward. It was larger than the others, its skin a mottled, bruised gray instead of white. It didn't have a lantern hanging from a filament. Instead, its entire chest cavity was open, a hollow ribs cage glowing with a fierce, pulsating amber light. It reached out a long, multi-jointed arm. At the end of it wasn't a hand, but a collection of those same translucent filaments, twitching and searching the air. As it approached, I realized the amber light wasn't just fire or electricity. Inside the hollow chest of the creature, suspended in a thick, clear fluid, were things I recognized. Small, white, jagged shapes. Teeth, hundreds of them. They were vibrating, rubbing against each other to create that low, rhythmic thrumming. The light wasn't coming from a wick. It was coming from the friction of human remains, ground together in a mockery of life. The creature stopped. It didn't attack. It simply stood there, bathing me in that sickly gold glow. And then, for the first time, I heard a voice. It didn't come from the creature's mouth. It didn't have one. It came from inside my own head, a cold, wet sliding of thoughts that weren't mine. "You measured the world," the voice whispered, 1,000 overlapping echoes of people who had been lost in the fog for a century. "You drew the lines. You thought the earth belonged to the maps, but the maps are just paper. The fog is the truth." The creature raised its arm higher. The filaments drifted toward my face, smelling of old blood and formaldehyde. I felt a strange, terrifying lethargy wash over me. My arm dropped. The flare gun felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Why was I fighting? The light was so warm. It was so inviting. If I just stepped forward, if I let the light take me, I wouldn't have to be afraid of the dark ever again. I wouldn't have to be alone. I could feel my jaw beginning to ache. My teeth felt loose in my gums. vibrating in sympathy with the thrumming from the creature's chest. "Give us your landmarks," the voice urged. "Give us your boundaries, become the light that leads the rest home." I was seconds away from stepping into that hollow chest. I could feel the cold touch of the filaments on my forehead. But then my hand brushed against the surveyor's transit hanging from my shoulder. The cold, hard brass snapped me back. It was a tool of logic, a tool of reality. I didn't fire the flare gun. I knew now that they fed on the light. Every fire I'd lit, every flare I'd fired had only served to guide them to me, to strengthen the lure. I did the only thing I could think of. The only thing a man who had spent 15 years in the dark should have known from the start. I closed my eyes, and I dropped my own light. I smashed the mag light against a rock. I ripped the batteries out of my GPS. I threw the flare gun into the sand. I stood there in the absolute crushing darkness of my own making, refusing to look, refusing to acknowledge the amber glow. I felt the creatures surge forward. I felt the wind of their movement, the cold brush of their leathery cloaks against my skin. The clicking was a deafening roar in my brain. The smell of rot was overwhelming, but I didn't open my eyes. I didn't reach for a light. "I don't see you," I whispered over and over like a mantra. "There is nothing here. The ground is just ground. The air is just air." The thrumming reached a fever pitch. I felt a sharp, agonizing pull in my gums, a sensation of something trying to tear the very bones from my face. I collapsed to my knees, clutching the sand, burying my face in the dirt. I let the darkness swallow me whole. I became nothing but the sensation of the grit beneath my fingernails and the cold wind on my neck. And then slowly, the noise began to fade. The clicking drifted away, moving back toward the salt flats. The thrumming subsided into a dull ache in my jaw. The smell of formaldehyde was replaced by the sharp, clean scent of ozone and wet sagebrush. I stayed there for hours. I didn't move until I felt the first true warmth of the sun on the back of my neck. When I finally opened my eyes, the fog was gone. The desert was empty. My truck sat 50 yards away, its side panels peeled back like a tin can, the interior gutted. I walked back to the town on foot. I didn't look back once. I live in a basement now, in a city where the streetlights never go out and the smog is so thick you can't see the stars. People think I'm a shut-in, a man who lost his mind in the desert. Maybe I did, but I know the truth now. The light isn't your friend. The light is a hook, and the things that carry it are still out there, waiting for the next surveyor, the next traveler, the next person who thinks they can map the world and stay safe. They're waiting for the fog to roll in, and they're waiting for you to look. Whatever you do, if you see that amber glow swinging in the mist, don't follow it. Close your eyes. Stay in the dark. It's the only place they can't find you, because once you've seen the lantern in the endless fog, you're already halfway to becoming the fuel. I didn't stay in that desert town for more than 3 hours after the sun came up. I didn't pack a suitcase. I didn't even go back to my ranch house to turn off the industrial stadium lights that were supposed to be my salvation. I left the truck where it sat, a hollowed-out carcass in the scrub, and I started walking toward the interstate with nothing but the clothes on my back and the heavy brass transit slung over my shoulder. Every time a car passed me, the sun glinting off its windshield made me flinch. I hitched a ride with a long-haul trucker who didn't ask questions, a man with eyes as tired as mine, who kept the cabin of his Peterbilt smelling like stale coffee and cheap tobacco. He dropped me in Phoenix, and from there, I took a Greyhound as far east as my remaining cash would carry me. I ended up in a city where the sky is a permanent shade of bruised purple, choked by the exhaust of 8 million lives and the orange sodium glare of street lamps that never sleep. I found a basement apartment in a pre-war walk-up, 3 levels below the sidewalk, tucked behind the boiler room. It's a tomb of brick and mortar, and I love it. There are no windows. There is no horizon. There is only the steady, rhythmic clanking of the steam pipes and the muffled roar of the subway trains passing 2 blocks over. For the first 6 months, I thought I was safe. I took a job as a night shift dispatcher for a private security firm. It was perfect. I sat in a room with no exterior walls, surrounded by the hum of electronics that didn't flicker, watching low-resolution feeds of parking garages and lobby entrances. I became a creature of the artificial. I lived by the fluorescent tube and the LED. I stopped looking at the weather reports. I stopped looking at the sky. If it rained, I only knew because the guards came in wearing slickers. If there was fog, I simply didn't go outside. But the trauma of the desert had left a physical mark I couldn't ignore. My jaw never stopped aching. Every morning, I would stand in front of the cracked mirror in my communal bathroom and pull back my lips. My teeth were shifting, not falling out but migrating, as if they were trying to align themselves with a magnetic pole that shouldn't exist. They felt loose, buzzing with a phantom kinetic energy that made my gums bleed. I started wearing a mouthguard at night, but I'd wake up with the plastic chewed through, my mouth filled with the metallic tang of copper and something else, something that tasted like ozone and wet earth. It was a Tuesday in November when the clicking started again. I was at my desk, the glow of 16 monitors reflected in my glasses. The office was quiet, save for the hum of the HVAC system. Then a sound drifted through the ventilation duct. Click snap, click snap. I froze. My hand, reaching for a lukewarm cup of coffee, stopped midair. I told myself it was the pipes. I told myself it was a faulty relay in the server room. But then the monitors began to bleed. The high-definition feeds of the Midtown Plaza began to smear, the colors running together like wet ink on a page. The black asphalt of the parking lot turned a milky, curdled white. "Not here," I whispered, the words a jagged prayer. "You can't be here, there's too much concrete, there's too much noise." I looked at the monitor for camera 4, the alleyway behind the building. The fog was there. It wasn't rolling in from the coast. It was manifesting out of the bricks themselves, a thick, pulsating vapor that swallowed the dumpsters and the fire escapes. And in the center of that white soup, 40 feet above the ground, a light appeared. It wasn't a street lamp. It was that swinging, hypnotic amber glow. It was suspended in the air, oscillating with a slow, predatory rhythm. I stood up, my chair hitting the floor with a dull thud. I looked at the other monitors. Camera 7, the lobby. Fog was seeping under the heavy glass doors despite the pressurized air system. Camera 12, the roof. A dozen amber lights were bobbing in the mist, circling the radio tower like vultures. The thrumming started in my marrow. My teeth began to vibrate so violently I thought they would shatter against each other. I gripped the edge of the desk, my knuckles white. The lights in the office didn't flicker this time. They began to change color. The cool, sterile white of the fluorescence shifted toward a warm, sickening gold. I realized then that I had been wrong about the city. I thought the noise and the light would act as a shield, but I had only provided them with a bigger stage. The city wasn't a barrier, it was a grid, and they were moving through the grid, following the lines of power and intent that I had spent my life mapping. A shadow fell across the frosted glass of the office door. It wasn't the shadow of a man. It was long, spindly, and possessed too many joints. I heard the soft, persistent brushing sound, the wings of 1,000 moths. I didn't reach for a weapon. I didn't reach for a light. I remembered the lesson of the desert. I reached for the power strip under the desk and kicked the switch. The monitors died. The room plunged into darkness, but the amber glow from the hallway was leaking through the cracks in the doorframe, painting the floor in stripes of predatory gold. I backed into the corner, pulling my knees to my chest. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a heavy roll of black electrical tape I'd taken from the maintenance closet. With trembling fingers, I began to wrap it around my head. I went around and around, covering my eyes, my ears, my mouth. I layered it thick until I was a mummy of PVC and adhesive, trapped in a sensory vacuum of my own design. I couldn't see the light. I couldn't hear the clicking. I could only feel the vibration in my bones, a rhythmic, grinding pressure that felt like a mountain trying to squeeze into a thimble. Something touched the door. I felt the vibration of the wood splinting. The smell hit me even through the tape, that suffocating medicinal stench of the Blackwood Basin. It filled the small room, thick enough to choke on. I felt a presence standing over me. It didn't have weight, but it had displacement. The air around me grew cold, a localized winter that turned my sweat into frost. A long, thin filament brushed against the tape over my eyes. It moved with a gentle, inquisitive touch, tracing the bridge of my nose, the curve of my cheek. I felt the urge to scream, to tear the tape away and look at the horror, to surrender to the warmth that was radiating from the creature's chest. I could feel my teeth humming, a frantic, desperate Morse code against my tongue. "The map is not the territory," the voice whispered in the theater of my skull. It was louder now, more coherent. "You thought you could hide in the cracks of your own making, but we are the cracks. We are the spaces between the lines you draw. We are the fog that fills the holes in your understanding." I felt the creature's hand, if you could call it that, rest on top of my head. It was light as a feather, but it felt like lead. The filaments began to probe the edges of the tape, seeking a way in, seeking the soft tissue of my eyes. I didn't move. I focused on the feeling of my own heartbeat. I visualized the basement, the brick, the heavy steam pipes, the miles of earth above me. I made myself a part of the stone. I denied the light. I denied the voice. I denied the very air I was breathing. "You are a beacon," the voice hissed, tinged with something that sounded like hunger. "A surveyor of the lost. Why do you resist the homecoming? Your teeth are already ours. Your breath is already missed. Just look at the lantern, just see the truth." The pressure on my jaw became unbearable. I felt a sharp pop and a molar tore free from the bone, dissolving into a fine, glowing powder that I could taste in the back of my throat. Another followed. The creatures weren't just taking my life. They were harvesting the very tools I used to consume the world. They were turning me into the fuel for their lanterns, one piece of my history at a time. I bit down on the tape over my mouth, the adhesive tasting of chemicals. I refused to open. The room began to shake. Not a tremor, but a violent structural heave. I heard the sound of the steam pipes bursting, the hiss of scalding vapor filling the room. But the heat wasn't warm. It was the same freezing, damp cold as the fog. I felt the floor beneath me turn from linoleum to soft, wet sand. They were pulling the desert into the city, or perhaps they were pulling me back to the desert. In the dark, there was no difference. Geography was a lie. I don't know how long I sat there. Time had lost its linearity. I was a child in the woods. I was a man in the basin. I was a corpse in the salt flats. I was all of them at once, and none of them at all. The only constant was the vibration and the smell. Then, quite suddenly, the vibration stopped. The cold remained, but the oppressive presence over me lifted. I heard the sound of a door slamming, a real door made of wood and metal, echoing in a real hallway. I heard the distant, muffled sound of a siren, a beautiful, discordant city noise. I didn't move for a long time. I waited until my lungs burned for air, until the silence felt natural rather than forced. Slowly, painfully, I began to peel the tape from my face. The office was a wreck. The monitors were shattered, the screens spiderwebbed with cracks that all radiated from a single point in the center of the room. The door was hanging off its hinges, but the fog was gone. The air was clear, smelling of ozone and the burnt dust scent of a shorted-out circuit. I looked down at my hands. They were covered in a fine white dust, the remains of my teeth. I reached into my mouth with a trembling finger. 4 of my molars were gone. The gaps were smooth, the gums already healed as if the teeth had never been there at all. I stood up, my legs shaking so badly I had to lean against the desk. I looked at the one monitor that was still flickering. It was camera 4, the alleyway. The feed was grainy, black and white, and filled with static. There was no fog. There were no creatures. But there, lying on the wet pavement next to a dumpster, was a single brass object. It was my surveyor's transit. I had left it in the desert, 100 miles away, in the middle of a salt flat. Now it sat in a puddle in a New York alleyway, its lens pointed directly up at the camera. I didn't go down to get it. I knew what I would see if I looked through that lens. I knew that the world it would show me wouldn't be the city I lived in. It would be a world of shifting borders and amber lights, a world where the lines we draw to keep ourselves safe are nothing more than spiderwebs in a hurricane. I walked out of the office and didn't look back. I didn't collect my paycheck. I didn't go back to my basement apartment. I'm writing this now from a library in a small town in the Midwest. It's a bright, sunny afternoon. The windows are large and the light is natural. People are walking by, talking about the weather, about their kids, about the mundane details of a life lived in the sun. They look so solid. They look so permanent. But I can see the way the shadows stretch a little too far in the corners. I can hear the faint, rhythmic clicking of the clock on the wall, and I know it's not just the gears turning. I've stopped trying to hide. You can't hide from something that exists in the gaps of your own perception. I've stopped drawing maps. I've stopped trying to define the borders of my life. I carry a small mirror in my pocket now. Every hour I take it out and look at my teeth. There are only 12 left. They are glowing a faint, translucent amber. The fog is coming back. I can feel the pressure dropping in my ears. I can smell the formaldehyde on the breeze, even though the windows are shut. I'm going to finish this entry and then I'm going to go outside. I'm not going to run. I'm not going to hide in the dark. I'm going to walk toward the park, toward the trees, toward the place where the mist is thickest. I'm tired of being the surveyor. I'm tired of being the one who draws the lines. Somewhere out there in the white soup, a lantern is swinging. It's warm. It's inviting. It's the only thing left that makes sense. If you find this, don't look for me. And for God's sake, don't look for the light. Just stay in the sun as long as you can. Appreciate the noise. Appreciate the dirt. Because once the clicking starts, the map is already gone and the fog is the only thing that remains. I can hear them now. They're right outside the door. They aren't clicking anymore. They're humming. It's a beautiful sound. It sounds like the end of a very long walk. The light is so bright. It's so very bright. The library was silent, but it was the silence of a held breath. I could feel the librarian's eyes on the back of my neck, not because they knew what was coming, but because of the way I looked. A man with a frantic, hollowed-out face hunched over a public terminal, typing with a rhythmic, mechanical intensity that defied the peaceful afternoon. They saw a vagrant, perhaps a madman. They didn't see the way the dust motes in the shafts of sunlight were beginning to hold their position in midair, refusing to drift, as if the very fluid of the atmosphere was thickening into a gelatinous soup. I hit save on the draft. My fingers felt like dry twigs. The tips were numb, the flesh graying, and the nails had begun to take on a curved, talon-like hook. I didn't need a mirror to know that the transformation was accelerating. The fuel wasn't just my memories or my teeth. It was the very cohesion of my physical form. The creatures didn't just want to kill me. They wanted to unmake the definition of me, until I was nothing more than a localized haunting, a flicker of consciousness trapped in a cage of amber light. I stood up. My knees popped with the sound of breaking drywall. "Sir, are you all right?" The voice belonged to a young woman at the circulation desk. She was wearing a bright yellow cardigan. The color hurt my eyes. It was too sharp, too defiant. Behind her, the large plate glass windows that looked out onto the town square were no longer showing the park. The green of the grass was fading into a jaundiced, pale cream. The blue of the sky was being strangled by a white, rolling tide that moved with a predatory silence, hugging the trunks of the oaks and swallowing the parked cars. "Don't look out the window," I said. My voice was a wet rasp, the sound of a shovel hitting silt. She blinked, her brow furrowing in confusion. "I'm sorry." The windows, I repeated, my hand trembling as I pointed. Close the blinds, pull the shutters, turn off the overheads. If you can stay in the dark, they might pass. They like the contrast. They like the way we stand out against the white. She looked past me, her eyes widening. She didn't see the creatures yet. They don't show themselves to the uninitiated until the transition is complete. But she saw the fog. It was pressing against the glass now, a physical weight that made the heavy panes groan in their frames. It wasn't a weather pattern. It was a wall. That's a hell of a storm coming in fast, she muttered, reaching for her phone. I've never seen it move like that. It's not moving, I whispered. It's arriving. I turned away from her and walked toward the heavy oak doors of the entrance. Every step felt like wading through waist-deep water. The air was becoming viscous. I could taste the formaldehyde again, thick and cloying, coating the back of my throat. My remaining teeth thrummed a frantic, high-pitched aria that made my skull feel like it was about to split along the sutures. I pushed the doors open. The transition was instantaneous. The sounds of the library, the hum of the computers, the rustle of paper, the girl's confused voice, vanished as if a vacuum had been turned on. There was only the sound of my own wet breath and the distant, rhythmic asterisk thrum 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 asterisk of the great lanterns. I was no longer in a town in the Midwest. I was back in the basin, or perhaps I was in the space where all basins meet. The fog was so dense I couldn't see my own feet. It was a world of white on white, a canvas waiting for a stroke of light to give it meaning. And then the light came. It appeared about 30 yards ahead of me, a soft, pulsing amber glow. It didn't illuminate the fog, it seemed to carve a hole in it. It swung back and forth, a slow, hypnotic pendulum. Click-snap, click-snap. The sound was no longer coming from a distance. It was coming from inside my own chest. My ribs were clicking against one another. I began to walk toward it. I didn't have the will to stop. The fear that had sustained me for months, the frantic, animal instinct to survive, had finally burned itself out. I was a map with no more landmarks. I was a surveyor who had run out of land. As I drew closer, the figure carrying the lantern began to resolve. It wasn't a man, though it had a man's height. It was a spindly, elongated shadow, its limbs too long and possessed of too many joints, wrapped in a heavy, leathery cloak that seemed to be made of cured human skin. It had no face, only a smooth, pale surface where features should be, and from its chest sprouted dozens of thin, translucent filaments that swayed in the dead air like the feelers of an anemone. The lantern it held was a cage of tarnished brass. Inside there was no candle, no bulb. There was only a swirling, screaming vortex of amber energy. I saw a face in the light, a face I recognized. It was the trucker who had driven me to Phoenix. His mouth was open in a silent, eternal wail, his eyes turned to glowing coals. He was the fuel. He was the light that helped them find the next one. The creature stopped swinging the lantern. It held the light steady, pointing it directly at my heart. "You have seen the lines," the voice vibrated in my brain, 1,000 overlapping whispers. "You have mapped the edges of our world. You have spent your life trying to name the things that cannot be named. Now you shall be the ink." I felt a sharp, agonizing heat in my jaw. My remaining teeth began to glow, the light shining through my cheeks, turning my skin translucent. I could see the network of my own veins, black and pulsing. The filaments from the creature's chest reached out, spanning the distance between us, light as gossamer. They touched my brow, my throat, my chest. Where they touched, I felt a profound sense of relief. The pain of the migration, the ache of the solitude, the terror of the fog, it all began to dissolve. They weren't just taking my body, they were taking the burden of my identity. They were offering the ultimate cartography, a map where every point is the same, where there are no borders, no distances, no here and there. "I am ready," I whispered. The creature leaned forward. The smooth surface of its head split open, revealing a vertical maw lined with thousands of tiny, vibrating needles. The smell of the salt flats, of the ozone, of the ancient, rotting earth became a physical force that knocked me to my knees. I looked into the lantern. I didn't see the trucker anymore. I saw the desert. I saw the night I first followed the glow. I saw myself standing by the transit, looking through the lens at a world that didn't want to be measured. I saw every road I had ever traveled, every map I had ever drawn, every line I had ever etched into the dirt. And then I saw the lines begin to bleed. The geometry of my life was being rewritten. The city, the basement, the library, the truck, they were all being folded into a single, shimmering point of amber light. I felt my bones soften. I felt my blood turn to mist. My consciousness began to expand, leaking out of the holes in my gums, pouring into the air to join the endless white shroud. I wasn't dying. I was being distributed. I could feel the other lanterns now. Hundreds of them, thousands of them scattered across the globe, hidden in the pockets of fog that the world ignores. I felt the surveyor in the Andes, the sailor in the Sargasso, the hiker in the Black Forest. We were all connected by the same amber thread. We were the light that guided the creatures to the next harvest. We were the beacons of the unmaking. The creature's hand closed over my shoulder. It was cold, colder than the deepest winter, but it felt like a homecoming. "Look," it whispered. I looked. Behind the creature, the fog parted for a brief, terrifying second. I saw the source. I saw the great lantern, a sun-sized sphere of screaming gold suspended in a void of absolute white. It was the heart of the fog, the engine of the transition. Around it, millions of the creatures drifted, their filaments intertwined, creating a web of light that spanned dimensions. They weren't just in the desert or the city. They were in the spaces between atoms. They were the static on the radio. They were the flicker in the corner of your eye that disappears when you turn to look. They were the truth that the world was built to hide. The creature raised the brass cage. The door of the lantern swung open. The screaming vortex inside reached out for me, a vacuum of light that hungered for the last of my substance. I didn't resist. I leaned into the glow. As my vision began to fade into a permanent golden haze, I saw one last thing. I saw the library. I saw the girl in the yellow cardigan. She was standing by the window, her hand pressed against the glass. The fog was seeping through the frame, curling around her ankles like a loyal pet. She wasn't screaming. She was staring. She was looking at the amber light that was now manifesting in the center of the reading room. She was looking at me. I wanted to tell her to run. I wanted to tell her to close her eyes, to wrap herself in tape, to find a basement with no windows. But I didn't have a tongue anymore. I didn't have a voice. All I had was the light. And so I did the only thing a lantern can do. I swung. I felt my spirit oscillate, a slow, rhythmic movement, left to right to left. The amber glow pulsed in time with my fading heartbeat. I saw the girl's eyes track the movement. I saw the fear in her face begin to melt into that familiar, hypnotic curiosity. I saw her hand reach for the latch of the window. Click, snap, click, snap. The sound was beautiful. It was the sound of a lock turning. It was the sound of a map being torn to pieces. The girl opened the window. The fog poured in, a silent white tidal wave that swallowed the books, the desks, the yellow cardigan. She stepped out into the mist, her face tilted upward, her eyes wide and reflecting the golden fire that I had become. "I see you," she whispered. I felt a surge of warmth, the last spark of the man I had been. It was a flicker of regret, quickly consumed by the predatory hunger of the light. She was beautiful, she was fresh. She would make such wonderful fuel. The creature turned, its leathery cloak snapping in a wind that didn't exist. It began to walk back into the depths of the endless fog, and I went with it, swinging in its grip, a captive star in a brass cage. Behind us, the library was gone. The town was gone. The Midwest was gone. There was only the white. There was only the clicking. We moved toward the next beacon. I could see it now, miles away through the mist, a faint, flickering amber glow in the window of a farmhouse where a young boy sat up late, staring out at the unusual weather, wondering why the stars had disappeared. I felt the creature's grip tighten. I felt the vortex inside me flare with anticipation. I am the lantern now. I am the hook. I am the guide for those who think they can see the world. If you are reading this, it is already too late. You've followed the narrative. You've traced the lines. You've looked at the light through the medium of these words. You've allowed the fog to enter your mind. Listen. Do you hear it? The faint, rhythmic sound in the walls, the vibration in your teeth. Don't look at the window. Don't look at the door. But I know you will. You're a surveyor just like I was. You want to know what's out there. You want to map the dark. And we are so very hungry for the light you bring. The clicking is getting louder. The smell of ozone is filling your room. The shadows are starting to swing. Don't worry. It only hurts until the first tooth falls out. After that, the light is your friend. After that, you'll never have to worry about the map again. I'm coming for you now. Can you see me? I'm the amber glow in the mist. I'm the lantern in the endless fog. Just open the window. Just look. The glass of the library window didn't shatter. It dissolved. It turned into a fine, crystalline sand that hung suspended in the air, caught in the gravitational pull of the vacuum I had become. I watched the girl in the yellow cardigan, Sarah, her name tag had said, a detail that flickered in my mind like a dying bulb, step over the threshold of the reality she knew and into the one that had been waiting for her since the first map was drawn. She didn't fall. In the fog, there is no gravity, only the pull of the nearest light. She drifted toward us, her hair fanning out as if she were underwater, her eyes fixed on the brass cage that housed my essence. I felt the creature beside me, my jailer, my brother, vibrate with a low, subharmonic frequency. It was the sound of a predator purring. The transition is a mercy, the chorus of whispers echoed through the shared space of our consciousness. The world of solid things is a prison of friction and decay. Here, there is only the glow. Here, there is only the sequence. I felt my awareness fragmenting. I was no longer a single point of view. I was the lantern, but I was also the fog pressing against her skin. I was the cold marble of the library floor that was currently evaporating into white vapor. I was the memory of the salt flats, and I was the anticipation of the boy in the farmhouse miles away. I was being stretched thin, a golden wire pulled across the throat of the world. Sarah reached out. Her fingers, still pink with the warmth of a living heart, brushed the tarnished bars of my cage. The contact was an explosion. Every memory she possessed poured into the lantern. I felt the sting of a scraped knee from her childhood, the smell of rain on hot asphalt during her first breakup, the mundane, rhythmic tapping of her pencil during a college exam. It was fuel. It was high-octane life, and the vortex inside me roared as it consumed it. Her yellow cardigan began to lose its hue, the vibrant lemon fading into the same jaundiced cream as the sky. Her eyes, once brown and bright with confusion, began to film over with a milky, translucent sheen. I felt a phantom pang of horror, a vestigial remnant of the man who had once cared about the borders of human life. I tried to scream, to tell her to pull back, to cling to the mundane dirt and the noisy, chaotic sun. But the scream came out as a brilliant flare of amber light. She smiled. It was a terrifying, vacant expression. Her front teeth were already beginning to pulse. "It's so quiet," she whispered. Her voice wasn't her own anymore. It was beginning to take on that wet, scraping quality. I never knew the noise was so loud until it stopped. The creature with the many-jointed limbs reached out a spindly hand and touched her brow. The filaments from its chest entwined with her own, weaving a web of silver and gold that anchored her to the fog. She wasn't a lantern yet. She was a moth, pinned to the velvet of the unmaking. She would be carried back to the great lantern, to the screaming sun at the center of the soup, where she would be processed, refined, and eventually poured into a brass cage of her own. We turned away from the dissolving library. Behind us, the town was being erased. It wasn't being destroyed by fire or flood. It was simply being unremembered. The buildings were losing their geometry, the streets becoming fluid, the people becoming shadows that didn't know how to cast themselves. The fog doesn't conquer, it absorbs. It is the ultimate editor of the universe's manuscript. We moved through the white. Time had ceased to be a linear progression. We walked for seconds, we walked for centuries. We passed other pairs, harvesters and their lanterns, leading strings of the newly initiated through the gloom. I saw a Roman legionnaire, his armor rusted to the color of dried blood, holding a lantern that glowed with a fierce, ancient red. I saw a woman in a Victorian gown, her face a mask of porcelain cracks, her light a pale, sickly violet. We were the surveyors of the void. We were the ones who marked the path for the great unmaking. Why? I projected the thought into the white. Why us? Why the maps? The creature didn't stop its rhythmic stride. Because you sought the edges. You were the ones who looked at the horizon and wondered what lay beyond the line. You were the ones who realized that the world you were given was a lie of convenience. You asked for the truth. This is the truth. The world is a thin crust of logic over an ocean of chaos. We are the tide. I felt the logic of the statement settle into my bones, or what was left of them. It made a terrible, perfect sense. Every map I had ever drawn, every border I had ever defined had been an act of desperation. I had been trying to box in the infinite, to cage the fog with ink and paper. But the ink always dries, and the paper always rots. The fog is the only thing that endures. Suddenly, the pressure in the air changed. The rhythmic clicking of the lanterns around us intensified, rising to a fever pitch. We were approaching a junction. In the world of the sun, a junction might be a crossroads or a train station. In the fog, it is a place where the barriers between then and now are thinnest. I saw a shimmering curtain of light ahead, a tear in the white fabric of our reality. Through it, I saw glimpses of 1,000 different places. I saw a crowded subway car in Tokyo, the commuters huddled together, unaware of the long, pale fingers reaching through the ceiling. I saw a lone lighthouse keeper on a rocky island, staring out at a sea that had turned to milk. I saw a nursery in a suburban home, where the shadows on the wall were beginning to hum a beautiful, deadly lullaby. The creature stopped at the edge of the tier. It raised me high, the brass cage swinging in a wide, aggressive arc. "The harvest is ready," the whispers said. "The fuel is abundant, the great lantern hungers." I felt the vortex inside me reach out toward the tears in the veil. I was no longer just a captive. I was a conduit. I was the bridge. My amber light lanced out, striking the subway car, the lighthouse, the nursery. I felt the connection snap into place. I felt the terror of 1,000 souls as they realized the air was thickening, as they smelled the formaldehyde, as they heard the first faint asterisk click-snap asterisk of the coming change. I was the one doing this to them. I was the monster in the mist. And I loved it. The love was the final stage of the transformation. It was the total eradication of empathy, replaced by the ecstatic joy of the predator. I wasn't the man who had fled the office in New York. I wasn't the surveyor who had lost his teeth in the desert. I was the light. I was the beautiful, inviting glow that promised an end to the struggle. I was the lie that made the end bearable. I looked at Sarah. She was floating beside us, her transformation nearly complete. Her skin had turned the color of old parchment, and her yellow cardigan had dissolved into a shroud of gray mist. She looked at me, and in her milky eyes I saw no fear, only a profound, hollow gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, the sound vibrating through the filaments that connected us. We stepped through the tier. We were in a forest now. The trees were tall, ancient pines that seemed to groan under the weight of the fog. The air was cold, biting, and filled with the scent of damp earth and decay. This was the Midwest town again, or what was left of it. We were in the park I had planned to walk toward. I saw a group of people huddled together near a stone fountain. They had flashlights, their pathetic beams cutting weak holes in the gloom. They were shouting names, looking for the girl in the yellow cardigan, looking for the man who had been typing in the library. "Sarah, Sarah, where are you? Is anyone there? Help us." I swung my cage. I let the amber light pulse with a warm, rhythmic invitation. They saw it. I felt their hope flare up, a delicious, sweet-smelling fuel. They thought it was a rescue. They thought it was a lantern held by a friend. They began to run toward me, stumbling over roots, tripping in the thickening air. Over there, I see a light. It's a lantern. Hey, over here. I watched them come. I watched the way their flashlights flickered and died as they entered the radius of my influence. I watched the way their faces changed from relief to confusion, and then to that exquisite, wide-eyed realization of the truth. The creature beside me stepped forward, its vertical maw opening, its filaments reaching out like the arms of a lover. I swung, click-snap, click-snap. The first man reached me. He was older, wearing a heavy hunting jacket. He stopped a few feet away, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He looked at the creature, then at the brass cage, then at the glowing, translucent thing that used to be my face. "My God," he breathed. "No," the whispers echoed in his mind. "Not God, the map." I let the light flare, blinding him, searing away the last of his resistance. I felt his memories begin to drain, a torrent of forest trails and cold mornings, and the love for a daughter who was no longer there. He began to change, his body softening, his teeth beginning to thrum. One by one, they joined the procession. The park was no longer a park, it was a factory of light. We moved through the trees, a growing army of shadows and lanterns, leaving behind a world that was becoming increasingly translucent. As we walked, I felt a new sensation. It was a tugging, a distant call from the great lantern at the center of the void. The harvest in this sector was nearly complete. It was time to return. It was time to pour our gathered light into the sun sphere, to lose ourselves in the collective ecstasy of the unmaking. But as I turned to follow the creature back toward the junction, I saw something that shouldn't have been there. Lying in the dirt, partially obscured by the thickening fog, was a single brass object. It was a surveyor's transit. I froze, the rhythmic swinging of my cage faltered. The creature stopped, its head tilting in a sharp, bird-like motion. "The tool is obsolete," the whispers hissed. "The lines are gone." I looked at the transit. Its lens was pointed directly at me, and for a split second the amber light of my existence was reflected in that glass. I didn't see a monster. I didn't see a lantern. I saw a man. He was standing in a salt flat, 100 miles from nowhere. He was looking through the lens, his face filled with a desperate, beautiful curiosity. He was trying to understand the world. He was trying to draw a line that would keep the darkness at bay. The reflection was sharp, clear, and utterly solid. It was a defiance. It was a landmark in a world that had forbidden them. The creature reached down to crush the transit with its many-jointed foot. "No," I thought. The word wasn't a whisper. It wasn't a vibration. It was a voice. My voice. I felt a surge of resistance, a flare of the old animal fear. I wasn't ready to be distributed. I wasn't ready to be the ink. I wanted the noise. I wanted the dirt. I wanted the friction of a life lived in the sun. The vortex inside the cage lashed out, sensing my rebellion. The amber light turned a violent, searing orange. The filaments connecting me to the creature and to Sarah began to fray, snapping like high-tension wires. "You are the light," the whispers screamed, no longer a chorus but a cacophony. "You are the fuel, you cannot be the surveyor." I felt the brass cage begin to crack. The screaming energy inside was trying to escape, to consume me and the creature and the transit all at once. The fog around us began to boil, turning gray and turbulent. I reached out with my phantom hands, not to the creature, but to the transit. I didn't want to use it to map the fog. I wanted to use it to remember the world. The lens flared. The reflection of the man in the desert grew brighter, more substantial. He wasn't just a memory anymore, he was a tether. "I am the one who draws the lines," I whispered into the void. The cage shattered. The explosion wasn't made of sound. It was made of reality. The amber light poured out, but it wasn't a predator anymore. It was a searchlight. It sliced through the fog not to absorb it, but to define it. It struck the trees and they became wood and needles again. It struck the man in the hunting jacket and he stumbled back, his skin regaining its color, his teeth ceasing their hum. The creature shrieked, a sound like metal grinding on bone. It recoiled from the light, its leathery cloak smoldering, its filaments curling into blackened husks. "The sequence," it cried, "the sequence is broken." I felt myself falling. The golden haze was being replaced by the cold, hard ground of the park. I felt the weight of my body returning, the ache in my joints, the dampness of the grass, the frantic, wonderful thudding of a heart that was once again mine. But the light wasn't gone. It was inside me, a small, steady spark that wasn't amber, but the white-hot clarity of a sun that refuses to set. I looked up. The creature was gone, vanished back into the depths of the fog that was now retreating, drawing back like a beaten tide. The park was quiet. The flashlights of the men were working again, their beams cutting through the lingering haze. Sarah was lying on the ground a few feet away. She was shivering, her yellow cardigan torn and grayed, but her eyes were brown again. She was breathing. She was solid. I tried to stand, but my legs were like jelly. I reached out and touched the transit. It was cold. It was real. The fog wasn't defeated. I could still see it, lurking at the edges of the trees, waiting for the light to dim, waiting for the next surveyor to lose his way. The great lantern was still out there, screaming in the void, hungry for the fuel of our lives. But the map wasn't gone. I picked up the transit. I looked through the lens. I didn't see the desert. I didn't see the amber light. I saw the town. I saw the library. I saw the people coming toward us, their voices loud and messy and filled with the beautiful noise of the living. I knew then that I couldn't go back to my old life. I couldn't be the man who hid in the basement or the man who ran from the shadows. I had seen the truth behind the curtain, and that knowledge was a burden I would carry until the day I truly died. But I wasn't the lantern anymore. I was the one who held the light. I stood up, leaning on the transit for support. Sarah was looking at me, her face filled with a terrifying, shared understanding. She knew. She had seen it too. "We have to warn them," she whispered, her voice still shaky. I looked at the retreating fog, at the way the shadows still stretched just a little too far in the corners of the world. "No," I said, my voice finally sounding like my own. "We have to do more than warn them. We have to draw the lines again. We have to make sure the map is so bright that the fog has nowhere to hide." I turned toward the town, toward the sun that was beginning to peek through the clouds. The clicking had stopped, for now. But I knew the lanterns were still swinging somewhere out there in the white soup. And I knew that as long as there was a single person looking for the light, the surveyor's work would never be finished. I gripped the brass transit and began to walk. I didn't look back. I had a world to measure. I had a reality to defend. And this time I wasn't going to let the lines bleed. The transition back to the physical was not a sudden snap, but a grueling, agonizing reassembly. It felt as though my atoms were being stitched back together with rusted needles. My lungs, which had forgotten the crude necessity of oxygen, bucked against the sudden influx of cold, pine-scented air. I coughed, a wet, hacking sound that tasted of copper and ozone, and collapsed onto the damp mulch of the park floor. The man in the hunting jacket, the one who had almost become a vessel of the amber void, was kneeling a few yards away. He was clutching his throat, his eyes darting wildly as the milky film receded from his pupils like a drying oil slick. He looked at his hands as if they were alien appendages, then at me. What was that?" he wheezed. "The light, I felt. I felt like I was being poured out of a pitcher. I couldn't answer him yet. My tongue felt thick, a heavy piece of meat in a mouth that still hummed with a phantom vibration. I dragged myself towards Sarah. She was curled in a fetal position, her yellow cardigan, now more a charcoal gray than lemon, shredded at the shoulders where the creature's filaments had anchored. She wasn't moving, but her chest was rising and falling in shallow, frantic hitches. "Sarah," I croaked. I reached out, my fingers trembling. When I touched her shoulder, a small spark of that white-hot clarity jumped from my skin to hers. She gasped, her back arching and her eyes snapped open. For a heartbeat, they were still the terrifying, vacant mirrors of the great lantern, reflecting a sun that didn't belong in our sky. Then, with a shudder that seemed to vibrate through the very ground, the brown returned. The humanity returned. She began to sob, a raw, jagged sound that was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. It was noise, it was friction, it was life. The other men, the ones who had been chasing the rescue light, were scattered like bowling pins across the clearing. Some were unconscious, others were wandering in dazed circles, their flashlights rolling in the grass, casting long, erratic shadows that no longer whispered. "The transit," I muttered, my mind latching onto the only anchor I had left. I crawled back to where the brass instrument lay. It should have been crushed. The creature's weight, the sheer metaphysical pressure of the junction, should have ground it into dust. But it sat there, defiant and gleaming, its glass lens catching the first true rays of a dawn that was struggling to break through the unnatural overcast. I pulled it to my chest. It was heavy. It was solid. It was a lie of geometry, perhaps, but it was a lie that kept us from being swallowed. "We have to move," I said, my voice gaining strength. I looked at the man in the hunting jacket. "Get your friends, get them to the cars. Don't look at the fog. If you see a light that looks too warm, too inviting, run the other way." "Who are you?" the man asked, his face pale with a burgeoning horror. Your face, it was glowing. You were one of them." "I was a map," I said, standing up on legs that felt like brittle glass. "Now I'm just the surveyor. Go now." The authority in my voice, forged in the crucible of that amber hell, broke through his shock. He began shouting to the others, dragging the limp forms of his companions toward the parking lot. They didn't argue. The air in the park still felt wrong, thick and sweet, like rotting lilies, and the shadows under the pines were still a little too deep, a little too hungry. I helped Sarah up. She leaned heavily on me, her fingers digging into my forearm. "It's still there, isn't it?" she whispered, looking back at the wall of white that was slowly drifting toward the tree line. "The great lantern, it didn't lose us, it just missed." "It doesn't miss," I said, looking at the transit in my hand. "It was interrupted. I broke the sequence." We made our way out of the park, avoiding the patches of mist that clung to the low hollows of the earth. The town of Oakhaven was waking up, but it was a wounded awakening. The library we had left was a shell. The stone was there, the books were there, but the meaning had been eroded. People were standing on their porches, looking at the sky with a confused, hollow expression, as if they had forgotten the names of the clouds. The fog doesn't just take people, it takes the context of their lives. It edits the manuscript. We reached my old truck, which was parked 3 blocks away. It looked impossibly ancient, a rusted relic of a world that valued combustion and steel. I threw the transit onto the bench seat and helped Sarah into the passenger side. My hands were stained with a soot that wouldn't wipe off, the carbonized remains of the creature's filaments. "Where are we going?" Sarah asked. She was staring at her reflection in the side mirror, touching the faint, silvery lines that traced the veins in her neck. The transformation hadn't been entirely reversed. We were marked. We were tainted by the soup. "I need to find my old notes," I said, cranking the engine. It protested, a grinding scream of metal on metal before roaring into life. The sound was a symphony of friction. I spent 20 years mapping the edges of things. I thought I was just looking for borders. I didn't realize I was looking for the leaks. "You think there are more junctions?" "I know there are. I saw them through the tier. Tokyo, a lighthouse in the Atlantic, a nursery in some suburb. The great unmaking is a global harvest, Sarah. It's a slow-motion collapse. They take the curious first, the ones who look too long at the horizon. Then they take the desperate. Eventually, they'll take everyone who doesn't have a light of their own. I drove out of Oakhaven, not toward the highway, but toward the salt flats where it had all begun for me. I needed the silence of the desert to think, but not the silence of the fog. I needed the heat that cracked the skin. As we crossed the town line, I looked in the rearview mirror. The fog was still there, a low, white crown sitting atop the trees of the park. It wasn't chasing us, not yet. It was regrouping. It was waiting for the next surveyor to set up a tripod and wonder what lay beyond the line. The great lantern was a sun, but it was a sun that cast no shadows because it wanted to be everything. It wanted to erase the distinction between the observer and the observed. I reached out and touched the transit. My thumb brushed the lens, and for a second I felt that vibration again, the low, subharmonic purr of my brother, the harvester. He was still out there. He was part of the sequence, and he would be coming for his lantern. He would be coming for me. "Sarah," I said, my eyes fixed on the road ahead where the heat shimmers were beginning to dance on the asphalt. "Do you remember the tapping, the pencil during your exam?" She nodded slowly. "I remember the sound, but I can't remember the subject. I can't remember what I was trying to learn." "That's how they win," I said. "They leave the sensation and take the substance. We have to start writing it down. Everything. The smell of the rain, the taste of bad coffee, the way the wind feels when it's biting cold. We have to anchor ourselves to the friction. Because as long as we feel the grit of the world, we aren't fuel." We drove for hours, the landscape shifting from the lush, deceptive green of the Midwest to the harsh, honest browns of the high plains. The further we got from the junction, the more the amber light in my chest settled into a dull, manageable ache. It was like a coal that refused to go out, a reminder of what I had been and what I could become if I ever let my curiosity turn into surrender again. We stopped at a diner in a town that didn't appear on my old maps, a place called Virgil's Rest. It was a squat, neon-lit building that smelled of grease and old tobacco. It was perfect. It was loud, chaotic, and utterly solid. I sat in a vinyl booth, the transit on the table between us like a holy relic. Sarah was nursing a cup of black coffee, her hands wrapped around the ceramic mug, as if trying to leach every bit of heat from it. "Why did you stop?" she asked suddenly. "In the park, you were. You said you loved it. The transition, the joy of the predator. Why did you reach for the transit instead of the great lantern?" I looked at the brass instrument. Because I realized the great lantern doesn't have a map, it just is asterisk. And if you are everything, you are nothing. There's no distance to measure. There's no horizon to chase. The creature told me the world was a lie of convenience, a thin crust over chaos. And maybe he's right. But the crust is where we live. The crust is where we love. I'd rather live on a beautiful lie than drown in a perfect truth. I opened my notebook, the one I had kept in the library. Most of the pages were blank now, the ink having evaporated into the fog during the unremembering. But on the very last page, there was a single line I had drawn before the library dissolved. It was a jagged, shaky line that represented the edge of the woods. I took a pen from my pocket. It felt heavy. The ink was thick. I began to draw. I drew the diner. I drew the waitress with her tired eyes and her chipped name tag. I drew the way the neon light reflected in a puddle of spilled water on the counter. I wasn't just sketching. I was asserting. I was marking the coordinates of our survival. "We aren't just going to warn them," I told Sarah. "We're going to build a network. There are others out there, surveyors who felt the tug and didn't fall in, people who saw the fog and started drawing lines. We find them. We give them the tools to see through the amber." "And if the fog comes back tonight?" she asked. I looked out the window. The sun was setting, casting long, purple shadows across the parking lot. In the distance, near a cluster of power lines, I saw a faint, white haze beginning to gather. It wasn't a cloud. It was too low, too purposeful. Inside the haze, for the briefest of seconds, I saw a flash of amber, a swing, a pulse. Click snap. I didn't flinch. I didn't feel the pull of the vortex. I felt the weight of the transit. I felt the sting of my own humanity. Let it come, I said. I've still got plenty of ink. I looked through the transit's lens, adjusting the focus until the distant haze was sharp and clear. I saw the harvester. I saw the long, spindly limbs and the many-jointed fingers. It was standing by a telephone pole, its head tilted, watching the diner. It was waiting for the light to fail. I stood up, picked up the transit, and walked toward the door. "Where are you going?" Sarah called out, her voice filled with a new kind of fear, not the fear of the fog, but the fear of the fight. "I need to take a measurement," I said. I stepped out onto the gravel lot. The air was cooling rapidly. I set the tripod down, leveled the instrument, and aimed the lens directly at the harvester in the mist. I didn't use the amber light. I used the white spark I had stolen from the center of the unmaking. I let it flow down my arms, through my fingers, and into the brass and glass of the transit. The lens flared with a brilliant, blinding purity. The harvester shrieked, a sound that was drowned out by the roar of a passing semi-truck on the highway. It recoiled, its form flickering like a bad television signal, before dissolving into a ragged patch of ordinary mist. I stood there for a long time, breathing in the smell of diesel and dust. The fog was gone from the power lines. The horizon was just a dark line against a darkening sky. I went back inside the diner. Sarah was waiting. The waitress was pouring more coffee. The radio was playing a static-filled country song about a man who lost his way. I sat down and picked up my pen. "First entry," I whispered, the ink flowing onto the paper. "Virgil's Rest, elevation 4,000 feet, reality stable for now." I looked at Sarah and saw her smile. It wasn't a vacant, milky expression. It was the smile of someone who had been to the edge of the world and decided to come back. The great lantern was still out there. The endless fog was still waiting. But as I drew the next line on the map, I knew that the dark didn't own the night. It only owned the spaces we forgot to measure. I was the surveyor, and the world was finally beginning to take shape. The waitress, whose name tag read Mabel, lingered by our booth with a glass pot of decaf. She looked at the transit, then at my soot-stained hands, and finally at Sarah's shredded cardigan. She didn't ask if we were okay. In towns like Virgil's Rest, towns that sat on the seams of the map where the wind howled a bit too rhythmically, people learned early on that some questions were hooks you didn't want to swallow. "You folks look like you've been through a car wreck without the car," she said, her voice a comforting rasp of 3 decades of menthol cigarettes. "Something like that," I replied, my fingers still humming from the discharge of the transit. "Just a long night on the road." "Well, the sun's down now. Don't go looking for it till it's ready to show itself again. That's the mistake people make." She poured the coffee, the steam rising in a chaotic, beautiful swirl that obeyed the laws of thermodynamics perfectly. I watched it with the intensity of a starving man at a banquet. It wasn't amber. It was just gray vapor, fleeting and honest. When she left, Sarah leaned across the table. The silvery lines on her neck were fading, sinking beneath the skin like cooling solder. "You felt it, didn't you? When you stood out there, you didn't just scare it away. You mapped it, you made it part of the record." "I gave it a coordinate," I said, looking at the notebook. "The fog thrives on the unobserved. It's a predator of the gaps. If I can fix its position, if I can say, here is the monster at 34 degrees north, it loses the advantage of the infinite. It becomes a thing, and things can be fought." I turned the page. I needed to document the physiology of the harvester before the memory began to bleed away. I drew the impossible joints, the way the limbs seemed to fold into themselves as if occupying 4 dimensions instead of 3. I drew the lantern, the way it didn't reflect light, but seemed to be a hole through which a different, hungrier light was leaking. "We can't stay here," Sarah whispered. "The diner is solid, but the town, look at the windows." I looked. The neon sign for Virgil's Rest flickered. In the brief moments of darkness between the red pulses, the reflections in the plate glass didn't match the interior of the diner. For a fraction of a second, I saw the desert again, the endless, flat expanse of the junction, with row upon row of empty booths stretching into a horizon of amber dust. The Great Lantern wasn't just a place or a creature. It was a secondary layer of reality trying to overwrite our own, like a palimpsest. Oak Haven had been a breach, but Virgil's Rest was a thinning. "The truck," I said, sliding out of the booth. I pulled a crumpled $20 bill from my pocket, real currency, printed with the face of a dead president, a heavy, tactile promise of value. I left it on the table. We stepped back out into the night. The air was colder now, a dry, biting chill that felt like a slap. My truck sat in the gravel lot, its headlights two weak yellow eyes. As I reached for the door handle, I heard it. Clicking. It wasn't coming from the power lines this time. It was coming from the back of the truck. I froze. Sarah stopped mid-step, her breath catching in her throat. I slowly turned my head. The bed of the truck was filled with my old surveying gear, tripods, chains, stakes, and rolls of mylar. But sitting atop the pile was something that hadn't been there when we left Oak Haven. It was a lantern. It wasn't the Great Lantern, but a smaller, more intimate version of it. It was fashioned from what looked like tarnished silver, the glass panes frosted with a layer of grime that looked like frozen breath. Inside, there was no candle, no bulb. There was only a swirling, liquid orb of amber light, pulsing with the slow, steady rhythm of a sleeping heart. Click-snap. The sound came from the lantern itself. The metal was expanding and contracting, breathing in the cold air. "Don't touch it," Sarah warned, her voice trembling. I didn't listen. I couldn't. I was a surveyor, and this was a new variable. I reached into the bed of the truck and wrapped my hand around the cold silver handle. The moment my skin made contact, the world tilted. The gravel beneath my boots turned to soft white powder. The smell of grease and diesel vanished, replaced by the scent of ozone and ancient, sun-baked stone. I wasn't in the parking lot anymore. I was standing in the middle of a vast, silent library, not the one in Oak Haven, but a library made of glass and light, where the books were jars of trapped mist and the shelves were made of frozen lightning. A figure stood at the end of the aisle. It wasn't the harvester. It was a man, or at least it wore the shape of one. He was dressed in a surveyor's vest, identical to mine, but his skin was the color of old parchment and his eyes were two burning coals of amber. "You're late," the man said. His voice didn't come from his throat, it echoed from the jars on the shelves. "The lines are blurring, Elias. The great map is tearing at the corners." "Who are you?" I asked, gripping the lantern. The light inside was warm now, seeping into my marrow. "I am the one who came before," he said, "and the one who will come after. We are the Guild of the Boundary. We are the ones who keep the soup from the fire. But you did something reckless in the park. You didn't just survive, you stole a spark." "It was trying to eat us," I said, stepping forward. The glass floor cracked under my boots, but the cracks didn't show the earth. They showed the void, the swirling white fog of the junction. "It was trying to integrate you," the man corrected. "The fog isn't malice, Elias. It's entropy. It's the universe trying to return to a state of perfect, featureless unity. We are the ones who commit the sin of division. Every line you draw, every measurement you take, is an act of war against the absolute." He held up his own hand. It was translucent. I could see the skeletal structure beneath, glowing with that same amber fire. "The spark you took, it's a beacon. The harvesters will follow it. The Great Lantern will turn its eye toward you. You can no longer be a simple man who measures the earth. You are now a waypoint, a fixed star in the shifting gray." "I don't want to be a star," I snarled. "I want to be a man. I want to go home." "There is no home for those who have seen the junction," the man said, and for the first time I heard a note of profound sadness in his voice. "There is only the work. Take the lantern. It will show you the tears before they open. It will show you the people who are beginning to fade. Save what you can. Measure what remains." The library began to dissolve. The glass shelves shattered into diamonds of light, and the jars of mist broke, flooding the room with a cold, white vapor. The man in the vest faded, his amber eyes the last thing to vanish. "Wait," I shouted. "How do I stop it? How do I close the junction?" "You don't," his voice echoed from the vanishing fog. "You just keep drawing the lines. You make the map so beautiful that the light has no choice but to stay." I blinked and the world snapped back. I was standing in the gravel lot of Virgil's Rest. My hand was still gripped around the handle of the silver lantern. It was heavy, real, and cold. Sarah was staring at me, her hands over her mouth. "You went away," she whispered. "For a minute you were translucent. I could see the stars through your chest." I looked down at the lantern. The amber orb inside was quiet now, a low, steady glow that barely illuminated the rust on the truck's tailgate. "I didn't go away," I said, though I knew it was a lie. "I just saw the foreman." I placed the lantern on the passenger seat of the truck. It felt like placing a live grenade in the cabin, but I knew I couldn't leave it behind. It was part of the kit now. "Get in," I told Sarah. "We have to go." "Where?" "To the places that aren't on the map," I said. "To the places where the fog is thickest." We drove through the night, leaving the neon glow of Virgil's Rest behind. The road stretched out before us, a black ribbon cutting through a world that felt increasingly fragile. Every time we passed a patch of low-lying mist in a field, the lantern on the seat would pulse, a soft, rhythmic thump-thump that I felt in my own pulse. The transit sat in the back, its brass casing reflecting the amber glow. I realized then that my old life, the quiet days of property lines and topographic surveys, was truly over. I wasn't just measuring land anymore. I was measuring the durability of existence. As the sun began to rise, a pale, weak thing that struggled against a horizon that looked suspiciously like a smudge of charcoal, I reached out and touched the notebook on the dashboard. I didn't write about the library of glass or the man in the vest. Not yet. Instead, I wrote a single name. Elias. I wrote it over and over again, filling the margin of the page. I wrote it until the ink ran dry, until the friction of the pen against the paper made my fingers ache. I wrote it to remember that I was a person, not a waypoint. I was a man with a name, not just a vessel for a stolen spark. "What are you doing?" Sarah asked, watching the repetitive motion of my hand. "Defining the center," I said. "Every map needs a starting point, a 0-0 coordinate." She reached out and took the pen from my hand. Beneath my name in her own sharp academic script, she wrote, "Sarah." 2 points, she said, her voice stronger than it had been since the park. "Now we have a line." I looked at her, and for a moment the amber light from the lantern on the seat caught her eyes. They weren't brown and they weren't the vacant mirrors of the fog. They were something else, a new color, a mixture of earth and fire that I didn't have a name for yet. We were the survivors of the junction, the ones who had tasted the soup and spat it back. We were the cartographers of the collapse. The road ahead began to disappear into a thick, white bank of fog that rolled across the highway like a slow-motion tidal wave. It was taller than the trees, wider than the horizon. It was a wall of unmaking, waiting to swallow the world. I didn't slow down. I didn't turn the truck around. I reached over and turned the dial on the silver lantern. The amber glow inside flared, becoming a piercing, focused beam that cut through the windshield. It hit the wall of fog, and where the light touched the white, the mist didn't just part, it crystallized. It turned into solid, jagged structures of frost that shattered as the truck plowed through them. "Hold on," I said, gripping the steering wheel. We hit the fog at 60 miles an hour. For a second, there was only whiteness, a deafening, silent roar of non-existence that threatened to pull the air from our lungs. The truck groaned, the metal screaming as the physics of the junction tried to peel the paint from the steel. But the lantern held. The transit in the back hummed a low, protective chord. And then we were through. The fog was behind us, a receding wall in the rearview mirror. Ahead, the road continued, but it was different. The trees were a more vibrant green. The sky was a deeper, more impossible blue. The air that came through the vents tasted of salt and ancient dust. "Where are we?" Sarah asked, staring out the window at a landscape that looked like a painting that hadn't quite dried. "We're in the margins," I said, checking the compass on the dash. The needle was spinning in slow, lazy circles. "We're in the space between the maps." I pulled the truck over to the side of the road. I stepped out, taking the transit and the lantern with me. The ground felt strange beneath my boots, soft, like topsoil, but with a rhythmic vibration that felt like a giant machine working deep underground. I set up the tripod. I leveled the instrument. I looked through the lens. I didn't see Oakhaven. I didn't see the desert. I saw a city made of gold and shadow, its towers reaching up into a sky where 3 moons were visible in the daylight. I saw people walking the streets, people who looked like us, but who moved with a grace that suggested they weren't bound by gravity. And in the center of the city, rising like a cathedral of fire, was a great lantern. But it wasn't the screaming, hungry void of the junction. It was a steady, warm light, a hearth. "It's not just one world," I whispered, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. "The fog isn't just trying to erase our world. It's trying to erase all asterisk of them. It's the static between the stations." I turned the transit, scanning the horizon. Everywhere I looked, I saw the seams. I saw where the blue sky of this world met the gray sky of another. I saw where the golden towers bled into the rusted ruins of a third. The great unmaking wasn't a local event. It was a cosmic erosion. "We can't just draw our lines," I said, turning back to Sarah, who was standing by the truck, her face illuminated by the strange triple moonlight. "We have to bridge them. We have to connect the maps." "How?" she asked. I looked at the silver lantern. The amber spark inside was dancing, responding to the proximity of the golden city. "We use the light they gave us," I said. "We use their own entropy against them. We build a lighthouse." I took a deep breath, the air of this new reality filling my lungs with a cold, electric energy. I felt the soot on my hands begin to glow. I felt the lines I had drawn in my notebook begin to pulse with a life of their own. I wasn't just a surveyor anymore. I was a builder. I looked at the golden city, then back at the wall of fog we had just passed through. Somewhere in that white soup, the harvester was still waiting. The great lantern was still swinging, but for the first time in 20 years, I wasn't afraid of the dark. I had the light, I had the map, and I had a partner who knew the value of a name. "Let's get to work," I said. I picked up a survey stake, a simple piece of wood topped with ribbons of orange plastic. I walked to the edge of the road, where the golden grass met the gray asphalt of our world. I drove the stake into the ground with a single, heavy blow. The ground shuddered. A spark of amber light shot up from the stake, anchoring itself into the sky. It was a small thing, a single point of light in a vast, encroaching darkness, but it was a start. It was a coordinate. And as long as there was one coordinate, the fog could never truly win, because a single point implies a second, and 2 points make a line. I walked back to the truck, my shadow stretching out long and sharp behind me, a dark needle pointing the way forward. We had a lot of ground to cover. We had a reality to defend, and the sun, all 3 of them, was just beginning to rise. The engine of the truck didn't sound like an internal combustion cycle anymore. It purred with a harmonic resonance that vibrated in the steering column, a low-frequency hum that seemed to sync with the flickering amber orb in the passenger seat. We were driving through a geography that refused to sit still. To our left, the forest was composed of trees with leaves like hammered copper that chimed in a wind we couldn't feel. To our right, the ground fell away into a sheer crystalline gorge, where a river of liquid mercury flowed upward toward a mountain range made of bruised purple clouds. Sarah had stopped trying to make sense of the horizon. She sat with the notebook open on her lap, her pen hovering over the page. She wasn't writing words anymore. She was tracing the ley lines, the invisible threads of tension that connected the golden city behind us to the fractured ruins appearing through the haze ahead. "The pressure is dropping," she said, tapping the glass of the barometer I'd mounted to the dash years ago. The needle was pinned past the lowest measurable mark. If we were in a normal atmosphere, our lungs would have collapsed by now. We're being sustained by the lantern, Elias. It's creating a pocket of here in a very large nowhere. "I feel it," I said. My hands on the wheel felt heavy, yet strangely disconnected, as if I were wearing thick rubber gloves. "The man in the library, he called us the Guild of the Boundary. I think this truck is becoming a mobile border." I checked the rearview mirror. The wall of fog was still there, a churning white tsunami that followed us at a disciplined distance. It didn't gain, and it didn't recede. It was a predator waiting for the heart to skip a beat. If the lantern flickered, if my resolve wavered, if we lost the thread of the road, that white wall would fold over us like a shroud. The road itself was the most stable thing in our perception, though even it was changing. The asphalt was darkening, turning into a substance that looked like polished obsidian. The yellow lines down the center began to glow with a faint, bioluminescent pulse. There, Sarah pointed. In the distance, rising out of the mercury mist, was a structure that didn't belong to the Golden City or the Purple Mountains. It was a lighthouse, but it was built on dry, cracked earth. It was tall, tapering, and constructed of the same soot-stained brick as the old mills in Oakhaven. At its summit, however, there was no rotating Fresnel lens. There was only a jagged tear in the sky, a vertical slit of blinding white light that looked like an eye opened wide in a screen. "That's a breach," I said, downshifting. The truck groaned, the gears biting into a reality that was becoming increasingly viscous. A raw one, the fog is feeding on it. As we drew closer, I saw the harvesters. Not just one, but a dozen of them, their spindly, multi-jointed frames silhouetted against the white tier. They weren't hunting us. They were gathered around the base of the brick tower like mourners at a pyre. They were holding their smaller lanterns aloft, feeding the white light of the breach into their own amber cores, acting as conduits. "They're stabilizing it," Sarah whispered. "They're not just eating the world, Elias. They're processing it. They're turning the chaos of the breach into the structured hunger of the Great Lantern." "Then we disrupt the process," I said. I felt a cold, hard certainty settle in my chest. It was the same feeling I got when a property line didn't close by a fraction of an inch. The need to correct the error, to force the geometry into alignment. I pulled the truck to a stop 100 yards from the tower. The ground here was littered with debris from a dozen different realities. A rusted bicycle from the 1950s, a pile of iridescent scales the size of dinner plates, a Victorian birdcage containing a miniature, swirling galaxy. I grabbed the silver lantern from the seat. Its glow was frantic now, the liquid amber inside lashing against the glass panes like a trapped bird. "Stay in the truck," I told Sarah. "No," she said, her voice sharp. She held up the notebook. "You can set the points, Elias, but I'm the one who records the delta. You need a witness. A measurement isn't real unless it's observed from two different angles. Basic surveying." I looked at her, really looked at her. The silvery scars on her neck were glowing with a soft, pale light mirroring the pulse of the lantern. She wasn't just a passenger anymore. She was a part of the instrument. "Fine," I said. "Keep the notebook open. If I start to fade, read my name back to me." We stepped out into the air. It tasted like copper and ozone. The sound was the worst part. a low-frequency thrumming that made my teeth ache and my vision blur at the edges. The harvesters didn't turn. They remained fixed in their positions around the tower, their long, needle-like fingers twitching in rhythm with the white tier above. I walked toward them, the silver lantern held out before me. With every step, the ground tried to rewrite itself. One moment I was stepping on gravel, the next on soft moss, the next on a floor of cooling lava. I kept my eyes fixed on the tower. 34 degrees north, I thought, reciting the coordinates of the park in Oakhaven. 200 feet above sea level, granite bedrock, limestone shelf. I was imposing my own map onto the chaos. I was the anchor. One of the harvesters finally turned. Its head, that smooth, featureless oval of pale chitin, tilted to the side. It didn't have eyes, but I felt its gaze like a physical weight, a cold probe sliding into my mind, looking for the gaps, the doubts, the soft places where the fog could take root. It let out an asterisk click-snap asterisk that shattered the Victorian birdcage nearby. I didn't stop. I reached into my vest and pulled out a heavy steel surveying spike. It was an old-fashioned thing, weighted and true. "Sarah, now," I shouted. She stood 10 feet behind me, her feet planted wide. She began to read from the notebook, her voice clear and resonant, cutting through the thrumming of the breach. "Elias Thorne, born in Red Creek. Licensed surveyor, license number 4492, be 5 feet 11 inches. Scars on the left palm from a broken transit lens. He remembers the smell of rain on hot asphalt. He remembers the weight of a hammer." She was defining me. She was hardening my edges. The harvester lunged. It didn't run. It simply folded space, appearing 3 feet in front of me in a blur of impossible angles. Its lantern swung toward my face. The amber light flared, threatening to dissolve my features into a smudge of gray. I slammed the silver lantern against its own. The impact wasn't metal on metal. It was a collision of two opposing frequencies. A shockwave of amber fire rippled outward, knocking me back, but the harvester recoiled too, its limbs tangling as it struggled to maintain its grip on our dimension. I didn't wait. I knelt and drove the steel spike into the shifting ground at the base of the tower. "Here," I screamed, "this point is fixed, this point is real." I swung my hammer, the heavy, short-handled sledge I'd used to drive 1,000 stakes into 1,000 hillsides. The strike was true. The steel spike bit deep into the obsidian road, and as it did, a shock of blue electricity arched from the metal into the brickwork of the tower. The white tier in the sky flickered. The harvesters shrieked, a sound like metal being ground in a vacuum. "Record the elevation," I yelled over my shoulder. Sarah didn't hesitate. 0.0, she cried, "the base of the world, the datum of the soul." The silver lantern in my hand erupted. The liquid amber inside turned into a blinding pillar of light that shot upward, mirroring the white tier. But where the tier was a hole, the amber beam was a bridge. It hit the breach and began to weave itself into the gap, like a needle stitching a wound. The harvesters rushed us now, a chaotic swarm of limbs and lanterns. They were desperate. They were the white blood cells of a dying universe, trying to purge the infection of being. I swung the lantern like a flail, the amber light cutting through their translucent bodies. They didn't bleed. They simply unraveled, turning back into the gray mist from which they were formed. But there were too many of them. One gripped my shoulder, its fingers cold as dry ice, and I felt my memories of Oakhaven beginning to leak away, the face of my mother, the taste of cheap diner coffee, the sound of the wind in the pines, all of it turning to vapor. "Elias," Sarah's voice was a whip cracking through the fog in my mind. "Look at the line." I looked down. From the spike I had driven, a glowing blue line was racing across the ground, connecting to the truck, then stretching out toward the horizon, toward the Golden City, toward Virgil's Rest, toward every place I had ever measured. It was a grid, a foundation. I grabbed the harvester's wrist. It felt like grabbing a handful of frozen smoke, and I didn't pull away. I pushed. I poured my own history, my own weight, my own stubborn adherence to the laws of geometry into the creature. "You want to integrate me?" I growled. "Fine, integrate the whole map." The harvester shuddered. The amber light of the silver lantern flowed up its arm, through its chest, and into its own lantern. The creature turned solid. Its skin became bark. Its eyes became stones. Its breath became oxygen. I was forcing it to exist, and existence was a poison it couldn't survive. It shattered into 1,000 pieces of mundane flint. The other harvesters recoiled, their clicking replaced by a low, mournful moan. The white tier above the tower began to shrink, pulled shut by the amber threads of the lantern. The pressure in the air equalized with a deafening asterisk pop that sent us both to our knees. For a moment, there was silence. The tower was just a tower, an old, abandoned chimney in a field of tall, golden grass. The harvesters were gone. The white wall of fog had retreated so far it was merely a thin line on the horizon, no more threatening than a morning mist. I sat on the ground, gasping for air. My hands were shaking. The silver lantern lay beside me, its light now a soft, steady glow, no more intense than a nightlight. Sarah crawled over to me, her face pale but her eyes fierce. She took my hand. Her skin was warm. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever felt. "We did it," she whispered. "We closed the breach." "One of them," I said, looking up at the sky. The 3 moons were still there, but they looked more solid now, less like a hallucination and more like a destination. "The man said the great map is tearing at the corners. This was just one stitch." I looked at the steel spike I'd driven into the ground. It was still there, glowing with a faint blue light. It was a permanent mark, a monument to the fact that we had been here and that here was a place that mattered. "We can't go back, can we?" Sarah asked. She looked toward the horizon where the road stretched out into the unknown. "Oakhaven. It's not there anymore, is it?" "Oakhaven is a coordinate," I said, standing up and brushing the dust from my vest. "It exists as long as we remember the measurement. But no, we can't go back to being people who just live in a town. We're the ones who have to keep the lines from blurring." I walked back to the truck. The engine was still humming that harmonic chord. I picked up the transit and carefully wiped the soot from the lens. In the notebook, on the page where we had written our names, a new map was beginning to form. It wasn't a map of roads or rivers. It was a map of connections, glowing lines that linked the golden city to the brick tower, and the tower to a dozen other points of light scattered across a vast, dark expanse. "There are more of them," Sarah said, standing beside me and looking at the page. "More breaches, more people fading." "Then we have more work to do," I said. I climbed into the driver's seat. The silver lantern sat on the dash now, a compass that didn't point north, but pointed toward the next tier, the next place where reality was thinning. As I put the truck in gear, I looked at the rearview mirror one last time. The old chimney was fading into the distance. The golden grass was waving in a wind that finally felt like air. "Next stop?" Sarah asked, her pen ready. I looked at the pulse of the lantern, then at the flickering grid in the notebook. "Wherever the map ends," I said. "We'll just have to draw a little more." We drove forward, 2 points in the darkness, trailing a line of light behind us, stitching the world back together, one coordinate at a time. The fog was still out there, infinite and hungry, but we had the silver lantern, we had the transit, and we had the names of the dead and the living written in a book that refused to burn. The road ahead was long, and the horizon was a kaleidoscope of shifting worlds, but for the first time in my life, the measurement was perfect. We weren't lost. We were exactly where we were supposed to be, at the center of everything. The hum of the tires on the obsidian road was no longer a mechanical drone. It had become a melodic vibration that resonated in my marrow. It felt as though the truck wasn't displacing air, but rather slicing through the static of a television screen that had been left on between channels for an eternity. Sarah sat beside me, her fingers tracing the new lines appearing in the notebook. These weren't just coordinates anymore. They were shifting geometries, topographical maps of grief, of lost size, of the collective weight of things forgotten by the world we had left behind. "The needle is hunting," she said, nodding toward the compass on the dashboard. The magnetic pull of the North Pole was a distant memory. Instead, the needle spun with a frantic, rhythmic stutter, occasionally locking toward a specific point in the gray-gold haze before spinning again. "It's looking for a density, something heavy enough to have a shadow." "In this place, shadows are a luxury," I replied. I gripped the wheel, feeling the way the road resisted our passage. It was like driving through waist-deep water. The engine temperature stayed perfectly still, but the silver lantern flickered with every gear change, its amber heart pulsing in sympathy with the strain of the transmission. We were entering a region where the geography began to fold in on itself. To our left, a row of suburban houses from the late 90s sat perfectly preserved, except they were stacked vertically like a deck of cards, their front doors facing the sky. To our right, a forest of telephone poles grew out of a lake of black ink, their wires humming with the voices of 1,000 disconnected conversations. I could hear fragments of them through the closed windows, weather reports from 1984, a mother calling a child for dinner, the weeping of someone who had lost their keys. "Don't listen to the wires, Sarah," I warned. "They're just echoes looking for a throat to inhabit." She nodded, pressing the notebook closer to her chest. "I'm not listening. I'm measuring the frequency. The fog is thinner here, Elias, but it's more concentrated. It's like it's trying to build something out of the scraps it's collected." The road suddenly crested a hill that hadn't been there a moment ago, and below us lay a valley filled with the wreckage of a cathedral. It wasn't ruined by time. It had been dismantled by logic. The stained glass hovered in the air in perfect geometric spheres, and the stone arches were stretched thin like pulled taffy, reaching toward a sun that looked like a tarnished copper coin. At the center of the valley stood a figure. It wasn't a harvester. It was too small, too solid. It was a man in a tattered surveyor's vest, much like my own, standing over a tripod. But his tripod wasn't made of aluminum or wood. It was fashioned from human bone, bleached white and polished to a mirror shine. He was looking through a transit that emitted a beam of sickly violet light, casting a long, distorted shadow across the distorted grass. "Stop the truck," Sarah whispered. I braked, the obsidian road shrieking under the tires. I didn't turn off the engine. In this place, a running engine was the only heartbeat we had. I grabbed the silver lantern, its light now a steady, defensive shield, and stepped out into the cold, thin air. The man didn't look up as I approached. He was adjusting the leveling screws on his bone tripod with obsessive care. His hands were translucent, the veins beneath the skin glowing with the same violet hue as his transit. "You're off by 3 seconds of a degree," he muttered, his voice sounding like dry leaves skittering across a tombstone. "The curvature doesn't account for the sorrow. You have to subtract the weight of the regrets or the line will never close." I stopped 10 feet away. The silver lantern flared, its amber light clashing with his violet beam. "Who are you?" The man finally looked up. His eyes were gone, replaced by 2 perfectly spherical pearls of gray mist. He smiled, and I saw that his teeth had been filed into sharp numerical digits. "I am the clerk of the discarded," he said. "I've been sent to finish the map. The great lantern is tired of the mess. It wants a clean slate, a world without friction, a world without you." He pointed a translucent finger at my chest. "Elias Thorne, you're a ghost who hasn't realized he's dead yet. You're trying to measure a reality that has already been erased. Look at your hands, surveyor. Are they still yours?" I looked down. For a terrifying second, my fingers seemed to blur, the edges of my skin fraying into gray smoke. I felt the cold creep of the fog entering my joints, the sensation of my own history becoming a series of footnotes in a book I couldn't read. Elias, Sarah's voice came from the truck, but it sounded miles away. You think a few stakes and a silver trinket can hold back the tide? The clerk laughed, a hollow, rattling sound. The fog isn't an enemy, it's a correction. It's the universe's way of deleting the errors. And humanity is the greatest error of all. Too much noise, too many names, too much here and not enough nothing. He turned back to his transit, his violet beam cutting through the air and striking a distant floating island of rock. Where the light hit, the rock simply vanished, dissolved into a cloud of gray static. I'm erasing the anchors, the clerk said. Once the anchors are gone, the golden city will drift away into the void, and the great lantern will finally have its silence. I felt a surge of anger, not the hot, impulsive anger of a young man, but the cold, structural fury of a builder seeing his foundations sabotaged. I didn't argue with him. I didn't try to appeal to his humanity. He clearly had none left. Instead, I raised the silver lantern high. The map isn't finished until the last surveyor walks the line, I said. I stepped forward into the path of his violet beam. The light hit the glass of my lantern and screamed. It was a sound of clashing realities, a grinding of gears that shouldn't exist. The amber spark inside the lantern roared into a miniature sun, pushing back against the violet erasure. You can't hold it, the clerk shrieked, his pearl eyes widening. You're just a man, you're finite. That's the point, I gasped, the weight of the lantern becoming unbearable like holding a collapsing star. I'm finite, I have a beginning and an end, and that makes me a fixed point. You're just a variable. I reached out with my free hand and grabbed the bone tripod. The moment my skin touched the polished bone, a jolt of pure, unadulterated cold shot through my arm, threatening to freeze my heart in its tracks. But I didn't let go. I channeled everything I knew to be true into that grip, the smell of the Oakhaven pines, the grit of the dirt under my fingernails, the way Sarah looked when she was concentrating on a difficult calculation. I twisted. The bone tripod snapped with a sound like a gunshot. The violet transit fell to the ground, its lens shattering against the obsidian road. The beam of light died instantly, and the clerk let out a wail of agony as his own form began to destabilize. He didn't turn into mist. He turned into numbers, a cascading waterfall of digits that blurred and faded until there was nothing left but a pile of tattered surveyor's cloth and a few rusted brass screws. The valley shuddered. The floating stained glass spheres fell to the earth, shattering into a million shards of colored light. The suburban houses stacked in the sky began to descend, finding their places on the ground with heavy, tectonic thuds. The reality was asserting itself, but it was a jagged, broken version of what it should have been. I fell to my knees, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My arm was white and numb, the frost from the tripod still clinging to my sleeve. Sarah was at my side in an instant, her hands warm on my shoulders. Elias, look at the lantern. The silver lantern was no longer amber. It had turned a deep, resonant gold, the color of the city we had seen in the distance. And inside the glass, the spark had grown into a steady flame that didn't flicker. It was no longer reacting to the world, it was dictating it. He was right about one thing, I said, my voice shaking. The anchors are being erased. We're not just marking the road anymore, Sarah. We're the only ones left who remember where the road was supposed to go. I looked at the broken transit on the ground. Among the shards of glass was a small, circular plate of brass. I picked it up. It was a benchmark, a permanent marker used by surveyors to denote a point of known elevation. On it, engraved in a script that seemed to shift as I looked at it, were the words, "The center of the labyrinth." "We're not in the valley anymore," Sarah whispered. I looked up. She was right. The cathedral ruins were gone. The suburban houses were gone. The truck was still parked behind us, its headlights cutting through a fog that had turned a bruised metallic purple. But we weren't on a road. We were standing on a vast, flat plain of cracked porcelain that stretched in every direction until it met a sky filled with rotating gears the size of continents. The scale of it was soul-crushing. We were ants crawling across the face of a clock that was being dismantled by a blind god. "The notebook," I said, my voice sounding small in the vastness. "What does it say?" Sarah opened the book. The pages were turning themselves now, the ink flowing like liquid. "It's not a map of the world anymore, Elias. It's a map of intent. It says we have to find the Great Lantern, not the harvester's lights, but the source, the thing that swings in the dark." "The lighthouse," I remembered, "the one we saw before the breach." "No," Sarah said, her eyes fixed on the page. "That was just a shadow. The real lantern is at the heart of the fog. It's the weight that keeps the pendulum swinging. If we can reach it, if we can set a coordinate there, we can stop the swing," I finished. "We can lock the world into place." I looked at the truck. It looked impossibly small and fragile against the backdrop of the celestial gears. The tires were sinking slightly into the porcelain floor. "We have to move," I said. "The ground is becoming conceptual." We climbed back into the cab. The interior of the truck had changed. The upholstery was now made of woven silver wire, and the gauges on the dash were replaced by small, floating orbs of mercury that pulsed in time with my heartbeat. The steering wheel felt like it was made of warm sunlight. I put the truck in gear and drove. There was no road, but as we moved, a trail of glowing blue light appeared beneath our wheels. The line we were drawing, the line that connected us back to the steel spike, back to the Golden City, back to the memory of Oakhaven. "How far?" I asked. "Distance doesn't exist here," Sarah replied, her pen moving with a life of its own. "We have to measure it in breaths, in heartbeats. We're exactly 42,000 heartbeats away from the center." "Then we'd better keep our hearts beating," I said. As we drove across the porcelain plain, the gears in the sky began to grind closer. The sound was a deafening roar of metal on metal, a cosmic friction that sent showers of sparks the size of shooting stars cascading down around us. Each spark that hit the ground created a temporary crater of gray mist, a localized nothing that we had to dodge. I drove with a frantic, desperate precision. I wasn't just a surveyor. I was a pilot navigating a ship through a collapsing nebula. "The fog is coming back," Sarah shouted over the roar of the gears. I looked in the mirrors. The white wall wasn't following us anymore. It was rising out of the porcelain itself, bubbling up like a geyser. It wasn't just mist. It was a physical force, a pressure that threatened to crush the truck like a tin can. I pushed the accelerator to the floor. The truck didn't speed up in the traditional sense. Instead, the world around us began to blur, the porcelain plain stretching into a long, white tunnel. The silver lantern on the dash was screaming now, a high-pitched whistle that pierced through the roar of the gears. 30,000 heartbeats, Sarah cried. Suddenly, the porcelain floor ended. We were driving on nothing, a bridge of pure blue light that the truck was projecting from its own momentum. Below us was a void so deep it made my head spin, a bottomless pit where the discarded fragments of a billion realities drifted like dust motes. I saw a skyscraper, a mountain range, a fleet of wooden ships, all tumbling slowly into the dark. "Don't look down," I yelled, my knuckles white on the wheel. "Look at the lantern, look at the line." We were the only thing in the universe that was still here. Everything else was away. The blue bridge began to tremble. The gears above were so close now I could see the individual teeth, each one etched with the names of people who had been forgotten. I saw my own name on one of the teeth, * Elias Thorne *, and for a second I felt a terrible pull, a desire to let go of the wheel and let the gear take me, to finally be part of the great machine and stop the struggle of being a man. "Elias, look at me." Sarah's hand was on my cheek, forcing my head around. Her eyes were no longer human. They were twin pools of golden light, reflecting the flame in the lantern. "You are not a cog," she shouted. "You are the surveyor. You are the one who decides where the line begins." The pull vanished. I slammed my foot down on the brake and the gas at the same time, a maneuver that should have stalled the engine but instead sent a massive pulse of amber energy through the truck. We shot forward, a streak of gold and blue, passing through the teeth of the gears like a needle through a loom. The roar stopped, the gears vanished. We were floating in a space of perfect, terrifying stillness. The truck was parked on a small, circular island of solid, gray granite, a piece of the Oakhaven bedrock that had somehow survived the dissolution. In front of us, suspended in the center of a vast, hollow sphere of white mist, was the Great Lantern. It was the size of a mountain, a massive, ornate cage of blackened iron, etched with every symbol, every language, and every dream ever conceived by a sentient mind. Inside the cage was a sun, not a golden sun, but a blinding, flickering white light that pulsed with a slow, rhythmic throb. Thump it. The fog expanded. Thump it. The fog contracted. It was the heart of the entropy, the engine of the end. And hanging from the bottom of the cage, swinging in a slow, agonizing arc, was a pendulum. At the end of the pendulum was a massive, sharpened weight of obsidian, its tip trailing through the void, slicing through the fabric of reality with every pass. "It's beautiful," Sarah whispered, her voice devoid of fear, filled only with a terrible, tragic awe. "It's the end of the world," I said. I stepped out of the truck, the silver lantern in my hand. The light of the Great Lantern was so intense it felt like it was peeling the skin from my bones, but the silver lantern held firm, creating a small bubble of cool, amber shadow around me. I looked at the granite beneath my feet. This was it, the final datum, the point from which all other points were measured. I reached into my vest and pulled out the final stake. It wasn't wood, and it wasn't steel. It was the brass benchmark I had taken from the clerk's broken transit. "Sarah," I called out, my voice steady, "I need the measurement." She stepped out of the truck, the notebook open. Her hair was whipping around her face in a wind that smelled of ancient snow. She looked at the Great Lantern, then at the notebook, then at me. "The elevation is infinite," she said. "The coordinates are now and always." I knelt on the granite. I didn't have a hammer this time. I didn't need one. I placed the brass disc on the stone and pressed my palm against it. "My name is Elias Thorne," I whispered, the words echoing in the hollow sphere. "I am a surveyor. I have walked the hills of Oakhaven. I have measured the depth of the fog. I have seen the Golden City. And I say, this ground is real." I poured everything into that statement. Every mile I had ever walked, every map I had ever drawn, every moment of love and fear and boredom I had ever experienced. I became the anchor. I became the stake. The brass disc flared with a light that rivaled the Great Lantern. A pillar of blue and gold shot upward, striking the bottom of the iron cage. The pendulum stopped. The obsidian weight hung suspended in midair, inches from the granite island. The white light inside the cage flickered, then turned a deep, warm amber. The roar of the fog died down to a soft hum, like the sound of a distant hive of bees. The sphere of mist began to change. It didn't vanish, but it became transparent, revealing a universe of stars that weren't white, but every color of the spectrum. The gears in the distance began to turn again, but their sound was now a symphony, a complex, beautiful harmony of a billion worlds coming back into alignment. I slumped over, my hand still pressed against the warm brass disc. I felt empty, a hollowed-out shell, but I felt solid. I felt heavy. Sarah sat down beside me, leaning her head against my shoulder. We watched as the Great Lantern, now a gentle, golden sun, began to rise, illuminating a landscape that was no longer a wasteland of discarded fragments, but a garden of possibilities. "Is it over?" she asked. "No," I said, looking at the blue line that still stretched out from the truck, connecting us to everything we had left behind. The map is just getting interesting. I looked at my hands. They were solid, they were scarred, they were mine. In the distance, the Golden City was no longer a mirage. It was a destination, and the road, though it was still being built, was clear. "We have a lot of ground to cover," I said, a small smile touching my lips. "I'll get the notebook," Sarah replied. The silence that followed the anchoring of the great lantern was not the silence of the grave, but the silence of a held breath. It was the quiet of a house just after the screaming has stopped, when the air is still vibrating with the memory of the noise, but the peace is beginning to settle into the floorboards. I stayed on my knees for a long time, my palm fused to the brass benchmark, feeling the pulse of the earth, the real earth, the deep granite bones of the world thrumming beneath me. Sarah moved with a slow, deliberate grace, gathering the scattered instruments that had survived the transit. The notebook was no longer bleeding ink. Its pages had turned a crisp archival vellum, and the writing within was steady and black. She knelt beside me, her hand covering mine on the warm brass. "The resonance is stabilizing," she whispered. "The fog isn't gone, Elias, but it's partitioned. It's back to being the border, not the country." I looked out past the edge of our granite island. The vast, hollow sphere was no longer a void. The amber light from the mountain-sized lantern was refracting through the thinning mist, creating a horizon. It wasn't the horizon of the old world, the one with the gas stations and the power lines, but it was a horizon nonetheless. It was a promise of over there. "We can't stay here," I said, my voice cracking. I pulled my hand away from the benchmark. The skin of my palm was imprinted with the words the center of the labyrinth asterisk, the letters glowing faintly like a fading ember. "This is the fixed point, but a map needs more than one coordinate. We have to find the others who are still holding on. We have to connect the dots." "The clerk said humanity was the error," Sarah said, looking at the tattered remains of the surveyor's cloth that had drifted onto our island from the void. "But he was wrong. We're the scale. Without us, the universe is just a collection of big numbers with no one to say if they're beautiful or not." We climbed back into the truck. It had reverted from its celestial form, the silver wire upholstery becoming cracked vinyl once more, the mercury orb settling back into the familiar, dusty needles of the fuel and oil gauges. But it felt different. It felt like a veteran, a machine that had seen the edge of the world and decided to come back. I turned the key, and the engine roared to life with a defiant, mechanical growl. I put it in gear and followed the blue line. It was our breadcrumb trail, the luminous wake we had left across the porcelain plain. As we drove, the world began to fill in the blanks. The porcelain cracked and softened, turning into gray silt, then into gravel, and finally into the familiar, potholed asphalt of a mountain pass. The transition was jarring. One moment we were beneath the shadow of a cosmic lantern, and the next, we were winding through a narrow canyon of red rock. The fog was still there, clinging to the crevices and hollows, but it was thin and translucent, like a morning mist that hadn't quite decided to burn off yet. "Wait," Sarah said, pointing to the side of the road. "Stop the truck." I pulled over. Standing in the middle of a dry wash was a figure. It wasn't a harvester or a clerk. It was a woman in a faded yellow raincoat holding a wooden stake. She looked exhausted, her face smeared with red dust, but her eyes were sharp and focused. She was hammering the stake into the ground with a heavy mallet. I stepped out of the cab. "Surveyor," I called out. The woman froze, her mallet raised. She looked at me, then at the silver lantern hanging from the truck's side mirror, then at the blue line glowing faintly behind our tires. She let out a long, shuddering breath and lowered the mallet. "Okay then," she asked, her voice raspy. "Close enough," I said. "Elias Thorne, this is Sarah." The woman wiped her forehead with the back of her hand. "Maria, I've been holding this section for, I don't even know, since the clock stopped. My transit broke 3 days ago, so I've been pacing it out. I thought I was the only one left who remembered how to measure a mile." "You're not," Sarah said, stepping out with the notebook. "We've just set the primary datum. The Great Lantern is anchored. The world is coming back together, Maria, but it needs a frame. It needs people who know where the boundaries are." Maria looked at the stake she had just driven into the ground. "I felt it," she whispered. "About 10 minutes ago, the ground stopped shaking, the fog. It stopped trying to whisper my mother's name in my ear. It just became cold air again." I walked over to her. I saw that her stake was notched with hundreds of tiny marks, a record of every day she had spent defending this particular patch of dirt. She wasn't just a surveyor, she was a sentry. "We're heading for the Golden City," I told her. "It's the new hub. If we can link your sector to our line, we can start a grid, a real one that the fog can't erase." Maria nodded, a new light coming into her eyes. "Tell me what you need." For the next hour, we worked with a frantic, renewed energy. We didn't need the celestial mathematics anymore. We used the old ways. We used the steel tape, the plumb bob, and the level. We tied Maria's sector into our line, creating a triangulation point that felt as solid as a mountain. When we were finished, the blue line behind the truck flared brighter, branching out to encompass Maria's wash. The red rocks seemed to deepen in color, the shadows becoming sharper, the reality of the place hardening. "Keep moving," Maria said, handing me a small, rusted compass. "There are others. I've seen flashes of light to the north, amber sparks. I think there's a crew trying to hold the bridge at Blackwood." "We'll find them," I promised. As we drove away, I looked in the rearview mirror. Maria was standing by her stake, her yellow raincoat a bright splash of color against the red stone. She wasn't a ghost. She wasn't a footnote. She was a coordinate. The road ahead began to climb. The red rock gave way to dark pine forests, the trees tall and silent, their needles dripping with moisture. The fog here was thicker, a heavy white blanket that muffled the sound of the engine. But the silver lantern on the dash was steady, its amber glow cutting through the murk like a hot knife. "The notebook is changing again," Sarah said, her fingers tracing the lines on the page. "The maps are filling themselves in, but they're not just showing geography, they're showing connections. Look." I glanced over. The page showed a web of lines, hundreds of them, all radiating out from the center where we had placed the benchmark. Most of the lines were thin and flickering, but a few were growing stronger, turning the same deep gold as the lantern. "They're people," Sarah whispered. "Every person who refuses to forget, every person who performs an act of measurement or memory or creation. They're becoming anchors. We're not building a world, Elias. We're weaving one." "It's a big job for a couple of surveyors and a beat-up truck," I muttered, but I felt a surge of hope that was almost painful. We reached the Blackwood Bridge an hour later. It was a massive steel structure spanning a gorge so deep the bottom was lost in a roiling sea of violet mist. The bridge was covered in a frost that looked like frozen static, and the air hummed with the same discordant vibration I had felt in the valley of the stained glass spheres. A group of people, maybe half a dozen, were huddled at the near end of the bridge. They had built a fire out of old crates and broken furniture, and they were huddled around a large, brass-bound telescope that was pointed toward the other side. I stopped the truck and we got out. The group turned toward us, their faces pale and drawn. An older man in a tattered wool coat stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the silver lantern. "You're from the light," he said, his voice a mixture of awe and suspicion. "We're from Oakhaven," I said. "We're trying to clear the road." "The road is gone," the man said, gesturing toward the bridge. "The other side. It doesn't lead to the forest anymore. It leads to the archives. The fog has folded the space. If you cross that bridge, you'll walk right into the memory of a city that burned down 1,000 years ago." I looked at the bridge. The steel girders seemed to shimmer, their shapes shifting as I watched. One moment it was a modern highway bridge, the next it was a stone viaduct, then a span of twisted vines. "The clerk said the fog was a correction," I said to Sarah. It's trying to consolidate the data. It's putting things where it thinks they belong, regardless of when they existed. Then we have to give it a sequence, Sarah said. She opened the notebook to a blank page and handed me her pen. Elias, you're the one who walks the line. You have to tell the bridge when it is. I walked to the edge of the span. The wind howling through the gorge sounded like a choir of voices, all singing different songs in different languages. The violet mist below was full of half-formed shapes, the ghosts of things that had never quite managed to be real. I held the silver lantern over the edge. This bridge was built in 1954, I said, my voice loud and clear. It was repaired in 1982. It carries the road from Oakhaven to the coast. It is made of steel and it stands in the present. The amber light from the lantern spilled onto the frosted girders. The static frost began to melt, turning into ordinary water that dripped into the abyss. The shifting shapes of the bridge slowed, then stopped. The steel groaned, a heavy, metallic sound of a structure settling into its own weight. "It's not enough," the old man said, watching from the fire. "The other side is still untethered." "Then we go across," I said. The group at the fire murmured in protest, but I didn't stop. I walked onto the bridge, the silver lantern held high. Sarah followed me, the notebook open, her pen ready. The walk across the Blackwood Bridge felt like walking through a dream that was trying to turn into a nightmare. Every few steps, the air would grow cold, and I would see a flicker of something else, a Roman legion marching through the mist, a futuristic city of glass towers, a prehistoric swamp. But each time the reality wavered, I raised the lantern and spoke the truth of the bridge. Steel 1954, the road to the coast. By the time we reached the midpoint, the violet mist below had turned a dull, harmless gray. The discordant humming had faded, replaced by the natural sound of the wind. But as we approached the far side, the fog thickened into a wall of solid white. This wasn't the thinning mist of the red rocks. This was the original fog, the heavy, erasing tide. And standing in the middle of the road, blocking our path, was a figure that made my heart go cold. It was another clerk. But where the first one had been a creature of numbers and bone, this one was made of mirrors. Its body was a jagged assembly of silvered glass, reflecting the bridge, the fog, and my own terrified face in 1,000 distorted fragments. It had no eyes, only a smooth, reflective surface where a face should be. "The surveyor returns," the mirror clerk said, its voice a shimmering mosaic of my own voice and Sarah's. "You have stopped the pendulum, but you have not stopped the reflection. For every truth you anchor, 1,000 lies are born in the mist. How can you map a world that is constantly being seen by eyes that do not understand it?" I didn't stop walking. "The map isn't for the eyes," I said. "It's for the feet. It's for the people who have to live here." The mirror clerk raised a hand, and a beam of blinding, white light shot from its palm. It wasn't a beam of erasure like the first clerk's. It was a beam of distraction. It was filled with images, everything I had ever wanted, everything I had ever lost. I saw my father's face. I saw the house I grew up in. I saw a version of the future where the fog had never happened and Sarah and I were sitting on a porch in the sun. It was a beautiful lie, a perfect reflection of my own desires. It was a world where I didn't have to be tired, where I didn't have to be afraid, where I didn't have to hold the line. The beam hit the silver lantern, and for the first time the amber spark inside wavered. The images flooded my mind, pulling me toward the edge of the bridge, toward the soft, inviting embrace of the violet mist. "Elias," Sarah's voice was sharp, a needle of reality piercing through the dream. "It's a projection, it's just light and glass." I blinked, my vision swimming. The mirror clerk was stepping closer, its glass body clinking like a wind chime. I could see myself in its chest, a small, broken man holding a flickering toy. "Give me the lantern, Elias," the clerk said, and this time the voice was my mother's, soft and comforting. "You've done enough. Let the world be a dream. It's easier that way." I looked at the lantern. The amber spark was almost gone, smothered by the weight of the reflections. My arm felt like lead. The temptation to let go, to slide into the beautiful, painless nothingness, was overwhelming. But then I felt Sarah's hand on my arm. She didn't try to pull me back, she just held on. Her touch was warm and it was real. It wasn't a reflection, it was a connection. I remembered the feeling of the brass benchmark beneath my palm. I remembered the smell of the pine forest. I remembered the grit of the dirt. "A dream has no distance," I whispered, my voice coming back to me. "A dream has no weight, a dream has no truth." I didn't use the lantern to fight the reflections. Instead, I turned it inward. I closed my eyes and focused on the weight of the silver in my hand, the heat of the glass, the sound of Sarah's breathing. I stopped looking at the world the clerk was showing me and started feeling the world I was actually in. I stepped forward, eyes closed, and swung the lantern. I didn't swing it like a weapon. I swung it like a pendulum. I let the weight of it dictate the arc. I felt the silver strike something hard and brittle. The sound of shattering glass was like a thunderclap. I opened my eyes. The mirror clerk was gone, replaced by a heap of broken shards on the asphalt. The beam of white light had vanished, and the wall of fog had retreated, revealing the continuation of the road and the dark, solid shapes of the trees on the other side. The amber spark in the lantern roared back to life, brighter than ever before. It wasn't just gold now. It was a deep, resonant orange, the color of a sunset that promised a new day. "He was wrong," I said, gasping for air. "The reflection isn't the lie. The lie is thinking the reflection is all there is." Sarah was shaking, but she was already writing in the notebook. "The bridge is held. The sector is linked. We're moving toward the coast, Elias. The lines are holding." We walked back to the truck. The group at the fire was silent, watching us with a new kind of respect. The old man stepped forward and handed me a small, leather-bound case. "My father's sextant," he said. "It's been in the family for 4 generations. It's never steered us wrong. If you're going to map the new world, you'll need more than just one light." I took the case, feeling the weight of the history inside it. "Thank you." We got back into the truck and drove across the bridge. The tires hummed on the steel, a solid, reassuring sound. As we reached the far side and entered the forest, I looked back. The blue line was now a shimmering highway of light, stretching across the gorge and connecting the two worlds. The fog was still there, lurking in the shadows of the trees, but it was no longer an enemy. It was just the unknown. And for a surveyor, the unknown isn't something to be feared, it's something to be measured. "How many more heartbeats, Sarah?" I asked, looking at the road ahead. She turned the page of the notebook. 30,000, but the heartbeats are getting longer, Elias. The world is taking its time again. "Good," I said, pushing the truck into a higher gear. "We've got plenty of time." We drove on through the night, the amber light of the lantern illuminating the way, 2 small figures in a vast, changing landscape, drawing the lines that would eventually become a home. The great lantern was swinging in the dark. The anchors were holding, and for the first time since the breach, I knew exactly where I was. I was on the road, and the road was going somewhere. The pine forest did not just smell of needles and damp earth. It smelled of chronology. After the sterile, mathematical scent of the porcelain plains and the metallic tang of the mirror clerk's bridge, the scent of rotting mulch and rising sap felt like a physical blow to the chest. It was the smell of things dying so that other things could grow, a messy, biological process that the fog had tried so hard to categorize into stillness. I kept the truck in second gear, the engine whining as we climbed the steepening grade of the coastal range. The silver lantern on the dash was no longer just a light. It had become a compass. The amber flame inside didn't flicker with the wind. It leaned. It tugged toward the northwest, toward the smell of salt that was beginning to cut through the heavy scent of the pines. "The lines are weaving faster now," Sarah said, her voice barely a whisper over the rattle of the dashboard. She held the notebook open and I caught a glimpse of the pages. They were no longer white. They had taken on a pearlescent sheen, and the ink, once black and utilitarian, was glowing with a soft, subterranean violet. It's not just Maria and the bridge crew anymore. I can feel pulses. Someone is ringing a bell in a valley 300 miles from here. Someone else is painting a fence. Every time someone defines a boundary, the notebook shudders. It's a heavy book, I said, my hands tight on the cracked vinyl of the steering wheel. Can you hold it? I have to, she said, and there was a steel in her tone I hadn't heard since Oakhaven. If I drop it, the definitions might slip. The mountains might turn back into suggestions. We rounded a sharp hairpin turn and the trees suddenly fell away. To our left was a sheer drop into a cauldron of mist, but to our right, embedded into the cliffside, was a small stone way station. It looked ancient, its stones covered in a lichen that pulsed with a rhythmic, pale green light. Standing out front, illuminated by the truck's headlights, was a man wearing a heavy canvas duster and a wide-brimmed hat. He wasn't hammering stakes or looking through a telescope. He was winding a massive, iron-scaled clock that was bolted to the station's exterior wall. I pulled the truck to a stop. The air here was thin and tasted of ozone. Elias, Sarah cautioned, her hand hovering over the notebook. He's not a clerk, but he's not like us either. I stepped out into the cold. The man didn't turn around. He continued to turn a massive iron crank, the sound of the gears a slow, grinding protest against the silence of the heights. "You're late," the man said. His voice sounded like stones rubbing together at the bottom of a river. "The fog had other plans," I replied, walking toward him. The silver lantern's light hit the clock, and for a second the iron gears turned to gold. "I'm Elias Thorne. This is the Oakhaven expedition." The man stopped cranking and finally turned. His face was a map of deep lines, his eyes a startling, clear blue that seemed to see right through the truck and into the porcelain void we had left behind. "I'm the watchman of the 124th meridian, or I was before the meridian started moving." He gestured to the clock. It had no numbers. Instead, the face was etched with the phases of the moon, the tides of the sea, and the migratory patterns of birds. The hands were mismatched. One was a rusted needle, the other a dried branch of rowan wood. "The clerk said humanity was an error," I said, leaning against the cold stone of the station. "But we found a surveyor holding a wash with a wooden stake. We found a crew holding a bridge with a telescope. What are you holding?" The watchman smiled, a slow, tired expression. "I'm holding the rhythm. The fog doesn't just erase space, Thorne. It erases the beat. It makes everything happen at once or not at all. Without the tick and the tock, the heart doesn't know when to squeeze. The lungs don't know when to expand. I've been winding this spring for 72 hours straight because if I stop, the coast will arrive before the mountain is finished." Sarah stepped out of the truck, the notebook clutched to her chest. "We've set the primary datum. The great lantern is anchored. We're trying to link the grid." The watchman looked at the notebook and inclined his head. "The ledger of becomings. I haven't seen one of those since the stars went out. You're not just surveying, girl, you're legislating." "We're just trying to get home," she said. "Home is a direction, not a place," the watchman said. He reached into the pockets of his duster and pulled out a heavy iron key. "The road ahead splits. To the right is the path the fog wants you to take, the path of least resistance, where you'll slowly fade into a memory of yourselves. To the left is the precipice. It's where the land ends and the great archive begins. If you want to link the coast, you have to drive through the archive's shadow." "The archive," I repeated. "The mirror clerk mentioned it. He said it was where the fog consolidated the data." "It's the waste bin of reality," the watchman said. "Everything that didn't fit, everything that was too beautiful or too terrible to be standardized. The clerks are trying to shred it to make more fog. If you can drive through it and keep your eyes on your lantern, you can reclaim those pieces. You can give them a sequence again." He handed me the iron key. "This is for the gate at the pass. Don't look in the rearview mirror once you pass the threshold. The archive doesn't like being measured. It will try to show you every version of yourself that failed. I took the key. It was freezing cold, vibrating with a low-frequency hum. Why help us? The watchman turned back to his clock, his hands finding the crank once more. Because I'm tired of winding, Thorn. I want to hear a cricket chirp. I want to see a tide come in and actually go back out again. Now move. The 124th meridian is drifting, and I've got to pull it back 3 inches before dawn. We got back into the truck. The road split exactly as he said. To the right, the asphalt looked smooth and inviting, bathed in a soft, golden light that whispered of easy miles and warm beds. To the left, the road turned into a narrow, treacherous shelf of rock that disappeared into a swirling vortex of violet and gray. I turned the wheel to the left. The truck groaned as we hit the uneven stone. The silver lantern began to pulse, a rhythmic throb that matched the beat of the watchman's clock. As we passed through the iron gate, which I unlocked with the freezing key, the world didn't just change, it shattered. We were no longer in a forest. We were driving through a canyon of paper. To the left and right, towering walls of what looked like filing cabinets and library shelves rose miles into the air, disappearing into a sky of leaden clouds. But they weren't made of wood or metal. They were made of the substance of the fog, solidified into the shapes of storage. Millions of drawers were hanging open, spilling out photographs, lockets, dried flowers, and architectural blueprints. Don't look back, I reminded myself, my knuckles white on the wheel. The air was filled with the sound of rustling paper, a dry, whispering cacophony that sounded like a billion people sighing at once. The road, beneath our tires, was a mosaic of old maps and discarded letters. I saw a map of a city that looked like Oakhaven, but with canals instead of streets. I saw a letter written in a language that seemed to be made of musical notes. "Elias, look at the dash," Sarah whispered. The needles on the gauges were spinning wildly. The fuel gauge went from empty to full to a symbol I didn't recognize, a spiral. The speedometer didn't show miles per hour, it showed years. We were traveling at 40 years per hour. The watchman said we were reclaiming the pieces, Sarah said, her pen flying across the page. I'm recording them. Every drawer we pass, every scrap of paper. I'm giving them a page number. I'm giving them a home in the new grid. A figure appeared in the middle of the road. It wasn't a clerk. It was a child, a young boy in knickers and a flat cap, holding a hoop and a stick. He looked perfectly real, perfectly solid, but as the truck's amber light hit him, he dissolved into a cloud of gray moths that fluttered away into the shelves. That wasn't a ghost, Sarah said, her voice trembling. That was a possibility, a version of 1912 that the fog decided wasn't efficient enough to keep. The archive began to narrow. The walls of shelves leaned in, the drawers snapping shut with the sound of gunshots. The violet mist began to seep from the paper, coiling around the truck's wheels like oily snakes. The engine began to sputter. The silver wire upholstery of the seats started to fray, turning back into the cracked vinyl, then into something older, rough-hewn wood, then back to silver. The truck is losing its definition, I shouted over the roar of the wind. Sarah, give it a coordinate, tell it what it is. Sarah gripped the edges of the notebook. This is a 1974 Ford F-100. It has 8 cylinders and a 4-speed manual transmission. It was bought in Oakhaven. It has carried us 400 miles. It is made of iron and oil and sweat. The engine roared, a deep guttural sound that tore through the whispering paper. The truck solidified, the silver lantern flared, and we punched through a wall of falling ledgers. Suddenly, the archive was behind us. We were on a high coastal bluff. The air was cold and sharp with the scent of salt. Below us, the great fog lay over the ocean like a frozen sea, but here and there, the tips of waves were breaking through, real blue-black water that surged against the rocks with a thunderous, rhythmic boom. "We're here," I said, my voice hoarse. "The end of the line." I pulled the truck to the very edge of the cliff. Ahead of us, stretching out into the white void of the Pacific, was a line of massive, rusted iron pylons. They were the remains of a bridge that had never been finished, or perhaps a bridge that had been unmade. "The 124th meridian," Sarah said, looking at the sextant the old man had given us. "This is where the grid has to anchor to the sea. If we can light the beacon on the last pylon, the fog will have to retreat to the deep water." I looked at the pylons. They were separated by 100-foot gaps of churning mist and jagged rocks. There was no road. There was only a narrow catwalk of rusted grating that clung to the side of the iron towers. "I have to go out there," I said. "We go together," Sarah said. "No, someone has to hold the notebook at the datum point. If the book leaves the truck, the line might snap. You stay here. Keep the engine running. Keep the lantern visible." I took the silver lantern from the dash. It felt heavier now, as if it had absorbed the weight of everything we had passed: Maria's stake, the watchman's clock, the archive's paper ghosts. I also took the sextant and the iron key. I stepped out into the wind. It was howling now, a gale-force wind that threatened to strip the skin from my bones. I climbed over the railing and onto the first pylon's catwalk. The metal groaned under my boots. Below me, the violet mist swirled, and I could see shapes moving in the depths, huge, translucent leviathans that looked like jellyfish made of clouds. They were the clerks of the deep, the ones responsible for the vast, empty spaces of the world. I moved from the first pylon to the second, leaping across a gap where the grating had fallen away. The lantern stayed steady, its amber glow a small, defiant spark in the vast gray. By the third pylon, the fog began to fight back. It didn't send a mirror clerk, it sent the cold. My fingers began to go numb. The iron of the catwalk became coated in a slick black ice that smelled of old ink. My breath came in ragged gasps. I looked back and saw the truck, a tiny, flickering ember on the cliffside. Sarah was standing in the bed of the truck, holding the notebook toward me, her hair whipping in the wind. "Measure at Ilia's," she screamed, though the wind carried her voice away. "Measure the distance." I pulled out the sextant. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely hold it. I aimed it at the horizon, where the fog met the sky. I looked for a star, any star. There, a single, faint prick of white light. It wasn't a sun. It was the reflection of our own lantern, bounced back from the very edge of the world. I took the measurement. 42 degrees, 12 minutes, I shouted into the void. The pylon beneath me shuddered. The rusted iron began to glow with a faint, internal heat. The black ice melted. I moved to the fourth pylon, then the fifth. Each time I took a measurement. Each time I anchored a piece of the horizon to the stone beneath my feet. The world was narrowing, focusing, hardening. The violet mist was being pushed down toward the water where it belonged. Finally, I reached the last pylon. It was a massive, hollow cylinder of iron, topped with a glass enclosure that had once held a lighthouse lens. The lens was gone, replaced by a swirling mass of gray vapor. I climbed the ladder to the lantern room. The air inside was dead silent. In the center of the room was a pedestal. On the pedestal sat a single, perfect sphere of lead. It was the universal standard, the weight that the clerks used to balance the world. It was the ultimate zero. I walked up to the pedestal. The lead sphere seemed to suck the light out of the room. It was the heaviest thing I had ever seen. It represented the fog's final argument, that in the end, everything is just weight without meaning or motion. I reached out and touched the lead. It felt like nothing. No temperature, no texture. "You're not a weight," I whispered. "You're just a placeholder." I took the silver lantern and set it down on the pedestal next to the lead sphere. The amber spark inside the lantern flickered, then surged. It didn't try to outshine the lead. It tried to illuminate it. Under the amber light, the lead sphere began to change. The dull gray surface cracked. Peeking through the cracks wasn't more lead, but a core of solid gold, the same gold as the city we had seen in the distance. I realized then that the clerks hadn't created the fog to destroy the world. They had created it to protect the gold. They were so afraid of the messiness of life, of the errors of humanity, that they had buried the heart of the world in lead and mist to keep it pure. "The error isn't us," I said to the empty room. "The error is the silence." I picked up the lead-encrusted sphere and threw it. I didn't throw it at the fog. I threw it straight up, through the shattered glass of the lighthouse roof. As the sphere hit the apex of its arc, I hit it with the beam of the silver lantern. The explosion wasn't loud. It was a chord, a single perfect note that vibrated through the iron pylon, through the catwalk, through the cliffside, and into the very marrow of my bones. The lead shattered and fell away as dust. The gold core remained, suspended in the air. It began to spin, faster and faster, until it became a second sun, a miniature star anchored to the 124th meridian. A beam of pure, golden light shot out from the pylon, striking the water. Where it hit, the fog vanished instantly. The ocean reappeared, vast, cold, and beautiful. The waves were capped with white foam, and I could see the dark shapes of kelp forests swaying beneath the surface. The beam didn't stop there. It reflected off the water and hit the next pylon, then the next, a chain reaction of light that raced back toward the shore. I looked back at the cliff. The blue line from the truck was no longer just a trail. It was a bridge of light connecting the shore to the sea. Sarah was laughing, her arms raised, the notebook glowing like a beacon in her hands. The fog was retreating. It wasn't gone, not yet, but it was moving back to the corners of the world, back to the deep trenches and the high, lonely peaks. It was becoming what it was meant to be, the mystery that surrounds the known. I climbed down the ladder, my heart light. The wind was no longer a scream. It was just a breeze smelling of salt and the promise of a long, clear road. As I walked back across the pylons, I saw things in the water. I saw the ruins of a coastal town, its rooftops emerging from the mist. I saw a fishing boat, its masts tangled with kelp, beginning to bob on the rising tide. I saw the world waking up. I reached the cliffside and Sarah ran to me, throwing her arms around my neck. "It's holding, Elias," she sobbed into my shoulder. "The grid is holding. I can see Oak Haven. It's not a memory anymore. It's a coordinate. It's 64 miles east-southeast." I held her, looking out over the newly cleared ocean. The silver lantern, still sitting on the dash of the truck, was glowing with a steady, peaceful light. "We should get moving," I said, wiping a smudge of red dust from her cheek. "We've got 64 miles of road to map." "And after that?" she asked. I looked at the notebook, where the pages were now filled with the names of people, the weights of stones, the rhythms of clocks, and the stories of 1,000 reclaimed ghosts. "After that," I said, "we start on the next volume." We got back into the truck. I turned the key, and the engine started on the first try, a solid, mechanical heartbeat that echoed across the cliffs. I put it in gear and turned the nose of the truck back toward the east. The fog was still there, a thin veil on the horizon, but as the sun, the real sun, began to peek over the edge of the mountains, I knew the lantern had done its job. We weren't just survivors anymore. We were the ones who knew the way. We drove away from the sea, leaving a trail of blue light behind us, a breadcrumb trail for anyone else who was still lost in the mist, waiting for someone to tell them where they were. The engine of the Ford F-100 didn't just hum, it sang. It was a mechanical resonance that seemed to vibrate in sympathy with the golden sphere pulsing atop the distant pylon. As we pulled away from the precipice, the violet shadows that had haunted the periphery of my vision began to dissolve, replaced by the stark, honest gray of dawn. The archive we had passed through, that canyon of discarded possibilities and paper ghosts, was no longer a labyrinth of shifting geometry. It had become a silent, orderly forest of stone and petrified wood. its drawers shut tight, its secrets weighed and measured by the lantern's passage. Sarah didn't close the notebook. She kept it open on her lap, her pen scratching rhythmically against the paper. She wasn't just recording coordinates now, she was writing descriptions. The salt spray on the windshield, the smell of wet asphalt, the sound of a cooling manifold. She was anchoring the sensory details of a world that had almost forgotten how to be real. The watchman said home was a direction, she murmured, not looking up from the page. I think I understand now. It's not about the house on 4th Street. It's about the fact that 4th Street stays where you put it. I shifted into 3rd gear, the gear stick feeling solid and heavy in my hand. The silver wire upholstery had fully reverted to its original cracked vinyl, but it felt better than the ethereal silk. It felt earned. The clerks will still be out there, Sarah. They won't like the new math we've introduced to their vacuum. Let them come, she said, and for the first time since the fog rolled into Oakhaven, there was no fear in her voice. They work with subtractions. We're working with sums. You can't subtract something once it's been named. As we descended from the coastal bluffs, the road began to widen. The path of least resistance, the watchman had warned us about, the golden, inviting road to the right, had vanished entirely, revealed as a mirage of the fog. In its place was a rugged, winding mountain pass that smelled of pine needles and cold, clean dirt. We hadn't gone 5 miles before we saw the first sign of life that wasn't a memory. A deer stood in the middle of the road. It wasn't a cloud of moths or a shimmering projection. Its coat was matted with moisture, its ears flicked at the sound of our approach, and its eyes reflected the amber glow of our lantern with a wild, panicked intelligence. I slowed the truck to a crawl. The animal didn't dissolve. It leaped, a powerful, muscular surge of brown and white, disappearing into the underbrush with a crash of breaking branches. That was real, I whispered, a lump forming in my throat. That was a heartbeat. 42 degrees, 12 minutes, Sarah whispered back, tapping the compass. The grid is alive, Elias. But as we crested the next ridge, the triumph dampened. Below us, nestled in a valley that should have been Oakhaven, lay a sea of white. It wasn't the thick, suffocating fog of the archive, but a stagnant, low-hanging mist that clung to the hollows like a shroud. The golden light from the meridian beacon was hitting the tops of the clouds, turning the valley into a bowl of shimmering fire, but the town itself was submerged. The lantern's range is fading, I noted, glancing at the silver lamp on the dash. Its glow was still steady, but it no longer threw the long, piercing beams it had on the pylons. It's a localized anchor. It can hold the line, but it can't burn away the whole world at once. We don't need to burn it all, Sarah said, pointing ahead. Look. In the distance, emerging from the mist like the masts of sunken ships, were other lights. They weren't golden or silver. One was a steady, industrial green. Another was a flickering, warm orange. They were far apart, miles of fog separating them, but they were there, fixed points in the chaos. The surveyor's stake, I realized. The bridge crew's telescope, the others, they're holding their ground. We have to link them, Sarah said, her voice urgent. If we can connect our line to theirs, we create a web, a permanent cage for the fog. I pressed the accelerator. The truck roared, plunging down into the valley, back into the gray. The transition was jarring. The sudden loss of the horizon felt like a physical blow, a weight pressing against my chest. The ledger of becomings began to hum, its pages vibrating against Sarah's chest. The clerk, I said, my eyes scanning the shifting white. He's still here. I know, Sarah replied. He didn't appear as a giant or a monster. He appeared as a hitchhiker standing under a dead street lamp at the edge of what used to be the Oakhaven outskirts. He wore the same charcoal suit, his face a smooth, featureless mirror that reflected nothing but the truck's own headlights. He didn't move as we approached. He simply raised a hand, a gesture that was less a command to stop and more a statement of fact. I didn't hit the brakes, I didn't swerve, I drove straight toward him. 10 feet before impact, the world stuttered. The truck didn't hit him. It passed asterisk through asterisk, a pocket of non-existence. For a second, there was no sound, no light, no Sarah. There was only the sensation of being a single data point in an infinite, empty ledger. Why persist? The clerk's voice didn't come through the air. It came from the steering wheel, from the pedals, from the very metal of the truck. The sequence is broken. The archive is breached. You are bringing noise into a perfect silence. You are reintroducing decay, Thorn. You are reintroducing death. I'm reintroducing the clock, I shouted, my voice echoing in the cabin. And I'd rather die by the second than live forever in a pause. The truck slammed back into reality with a bone-jarring thud. We were past him, but the rearview mirror showed him standing there, his mirror face now cracked. He wasn't chasing us. He was watching. He's letting us go, Sarah gasped, clutching the dashboard. No, I said, looking at the temperature gauge. It was dropping rapidly. He's just waiting for the cold to finish us. The fog around us began to crystallize. It wasn't snow. It was the fog turning into a solid, glass-like substance. The road was becoming a tunnel of frost, the air turning so cold that the moisture on my eyelashes began to freeze. The truck's heater was blowing full blast, but it felt like a candle in a blizzard. The notebook, I yelled. Sarah, find the entry for the station, find the watchman's rhythm. She scrambled through the pages, her fingers stiff. I have it. The 124th meridian, the beat of the heart, the expansion of the lungs. Read it like it's the only law left. Sarah began to read, her voice cracking but growing stronger with every word. She read the migratory patterns of the birds. She read the phases of the moon. She read the specific gravity of Oakhaven's well water. As she spoke, the lantern on the dash flared with a rhythmic pulse, asterisk thump thump, thump thump. The frost on the windshield began to shatter. The glass-like fog cracked, peeling away from the truck in long, jagged shards. We were no longer just driving. We were a pulse moving through a dead vein. We turned onto Main Street. It was a ghost town, but a physical one. The buildings were there, the hardware store, the diner, the cinema, but they were covered in a thick layer of gray dust, the color of ash. There were no people, no cars, just the silence of a world that had been turned off. The green light, I said, pointing toward the town square. It's coming from the courthouse. I pushed the truck through a drift of gray ash, the tires spinning for a moment before catching the pavement. We pulled into the square, and there, standing on the steps of the courthouse, was a figure in a high-visibility vest. He was holding a surveyor's transit, and beside him, a massive copper rod had been driven into the concrete of the plaza. From the top of the rod, a steady, emerald light pulsed in a slow, deliberate cadence. The man looked up as we approached. It was the surveyor we had met days ago, or was it weeks? Time had no meaning here. He looked older, his face lined with exhaustion, but he was grinning. I killed the engine and stepped out. The air was silent, but it felt heavy, expectant. You brought the anchor, the surveyor said, his voice raspy. He gestured to the silver lantern in my hand. I've been holding this coordinate for a long time, Thorn. I was starting to think the meridian had moved too far to catch. We linked the coast, I said, shaking his hand. His grip was solid, warm. The 124th is fixed. We have the ledger. Sarah stepped out, holding the book. The surveyor looked at it with something like awe. Then we have a chance, he said. The bridge crew is holding the northern pass. There's a radio operator in the hills to the south. If we can sync the pulses, if we can get the gold, the emerald, and the orange to beat at the same time, the fog won't just move, it will collapse. How do we sync them? Sarah asked. We don't have a radio. The surveyor pointed to the courthouse clock tower. The hands were frozen at 12:04, the moment the fog had arrived. The watchman's key, the surveyor said, looking at the iron key hanging from my belt. It doesn't just open gates, Thorn, it winds the world. If you can get to the clockwork and start the gears, the bell will strike. That sound, it's the frequency of the grid. It'll trigger the other beacons. I looked up at the tower. It loomed over the square, a dark monolith of brick and shadow. The fog seemed to be thicker there, coiling around the belfry like a watchful serpent. "The clerks will be in there," I said. "They will," the surveyor agreed. "They know that once the bell rings, the error of humanity becomes a permanent record. They'll try to keep the silence." I looked at Sarah. She was already reaching into the back of the truck, pulling out a heavy iron crowbar and the silver lantern. "We didn't come this far to let a clock stay stuck," she said. We left the surveyor at his post and approached the courthouse doors. They were massive, oak-timbered things, now coated in the same gray ash that covered everything else. I inserted the watchman's key into the lock. The iron was so cold it burned my skin, but as I turned it, the mechanism didn't just click, it groaned. It was the sound of a giant waking up. The doors swung open on silent hinges, revealing a lobby filled with a thick, violet haze. We stepped inside. The floor was littered with discarded files, their pages blank. The air smelled of ozone and old paper. "Elias," Sarah whispered, holding the lantern high. In the center of the lobby, standing in a perfect circle, were 6 mirror clerks. They weren't moving. They were simply standing there, their featureless faces turned toward us. They didn't have weapons. They didn't need them. Their very presence was a negation, a vacuum that pulled at the heat in our bodies. "The ledger," one of them said, their voices overlapping into a single, dissonant chord. "The ledger is a record of mistakes. Give it to us, and we will grant you the peace of the unmade." "I like my mistakes," Sarah said, stepping forward. She opened the notebook to a page in the middle and ripped it out. It was the page where she had sketched the boy with the hoop. "I like them because they happened." She held the paper out. As it touched the violet haze, the sketch didn't dissolve. It glowed. The image of the boy seemed to step off the paper for a fraction of a second, a flicker of motion that disrupted the stillness of the room. The clerks recoiled. The noise of the memory was like physical pain to them. "Go," Sarah shouted. "I'll keep them busy. Get to the tower." "Sarah, no." "I have the book, Elias. I'm the one who legislates. Now move." She began to read aloud, her voice ringing through the marble hall. She wasn't reading coordinates anymore. She was reading poetry. She was reading grocery lists. She was reading the names of the people who lived on our street. Every word was a strike against the silence. The clerks swarmed toward her, but they were like shadows trying to put out a fire. Each time they touched the light of the lantern or the sound of her voice, they flickered and thinned. I ran. I bolted past the circle of clerks, my boots echoing on the grand staircase. I didn't look back. I could hear Sarah's voice growing fainter as I climbed higher, up past the courtroom, up into the narrow, wooden stairs of the belfry. The air grew thinner. The smell of the fog became a physical stench, the smell of a hospital, of a graveyard, of a place where nothing grows. I reached the top. The clock room was a cavern of massive bronze gears, all of them locked in a rime of black ice. In the center of the room was the great pendulum, a 300-pound weight of lead that hung motionless. Standing before the pendulum was the mirror clerk, not a copy, the original, the one who had spoken to us at the bridge. He was taller now, his form stretching toward the ceiling, his suit becoming a robe of swirling mist. "Thorn," he said, "you have reached the end of your measurement. There is no more road." "There's the time," I said, gasping for air. I held up the watchman's key, "and I'm about to start the count." "Look at the gears," the clerk said, gesturing to the frozen machinery. "They are not just metal, they are the bones of your history. If you force them to turn, you will bring back everything, not just the birds and the tides. You will bring back the wars, the plagues, the heartbreaks. You will bring back the end of the world." "Yes," I said, stepping toward the main drive wheel. "That's the deal. You don't get the sun without the shadow." I lunged forward, thrusting the iron key into the winding hole. The clerk didn't strike me. He simply reached out and touched my arm. The cold was absolute. It wasn't just the absence of heat, it was the absence of asterisk being asterisk. My arm vanished. I couldn't see it, couldn't feel it. The grayness began to spread up my shoulder toward my heart. My vision began to flicker, the room turning into a series of disconnected still frames. Become a memory, Thorn. It is so much easier than being a man. I looked at the key. It was only inches away from the seat. My missing hand was still there, I realized. It was just being unwritten. I didn't try to feel my hand. I tried to feel the rhythm. Thump, 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 thump. The beat of the watchman's clock, the pulse of the meridian, the sound of Sarah's voice downstairs, still naming the world. I threw my entire weight forward, not with my muscles, but with my intent. The key seated. I gripped the phantom handle with my phantom hand and turned. Creak. The sound was like a mountain groaning. The black ice on the gears shattered, falling away in jagged shards. The great pendulum shivered. The clerk screamed, a sound of rushing wind and tearing paper. He lunged for the key, but the gears were already moving. The bronze teeth mashed together, and the clerk's misty robes were caught in the mechanism. He was pulled into the clockwork, his form being shredded by the very logic of time. I kept turning. My arm began to reappear, the flesh stitching itself back together as the seconds began to tick. 1 turn, 2, 3. The pendulum swung. Tick. The sound echoed through the tower. Tuck. The clerk was gone, his essence ground into nothingness by the rotation of the hours. I reached for the bell pull, a thick rope of hemp that felt like the most real thing I had ever touched. I braced my feet against the floor and pulled with everything I had left. The hammer struck the bronze. Bang! The sound wave was visible. A ripple of gold and silver light exploded from the tower, tearing through the fog like a physical blade. It hit the town square, and I saw the surveyor's emerald light flare in response. Bang! The second strike traveled further. I saw a spark of orange on the northern horizon, the bridge crew. Bang! The third strike reached the hills. A blue light answered from the south. The fog in the valley didn't just drift away, it evaporated. One moment, Oakhaven was a gray tomb. The next, the street lamps were flickering on, the houses were revealing their colors. Red brick, white siding, green shutters. The gray ash on the ground dissolved into water, soaking into the thirsty earth. I slumped against the gear housing, my breath coming in heaving sobs. Downstairs, the silence was replaced by a different sound. It was faint at first, then growing louder. It was the sound of a dog barking, the sound of a car engine sputtering to life, the sound of a woman calling out a name. I stumbled down the stairs, my legs shaking. I burst into the lobby. The mirror clerks were gone. The violet haze had vanished. Sarah was sitting on the floor, the notebook open in her lap, her face covered in tears and soot. She looked up at me and smiled, and in that smile, I saw the entire world, flawed, messy, and beautiful. Elias, she whispered, listen. I stood still. At first, I heard nothing. Then from the rafters of the courthouse came a small, sharp sound. Chirp. A cricket. We walked out onto the steps of the courthouse. The sun was fully up now, a bright, unapologetic yellow. The surveyor was gone, his work finished, but his emerald rod remained, a permanent monument in the center of the square. People were coming out of their houses. They looked confused, rubbing their eyes as if waking from a long, dreamless sleep. They were dressed in clothes from a dozen different eras, 1920s flapper dresses, 1950s work shirts, modern hoodies, all jumbled together in the new geography. It's not the same world we left, I said, looking at a horse-drawn carriage parked next to a modern sedan. No, Sarah said, hugging the notebook to her chest. It's a better one. It's a world that remembers everything. We walked toward the truck. The silver lantern was still on the dash, its light now dim, no longer needed. I looked at the 124th meridian, stretching out toward the sea, a line of gold that would never move again. "Where to now?" I asked. Sarah looked at the road ahead, where the mist was still retreating, revealing hills and forests we had never seen before. "We have a lot of mapping to do, Elias," she said. "The world is much bigger than we thought." I started the engine, and we drove out of the square, heading toward the horizon, two surveyors in a world that was finally, gloriously out of sync. The engine of the truck didn't sound like a machine anymore. It sounded like a heartbeat, synchronized with the rhythmic ticking of the tower clock that was rapidly fading into the distance behind us. We drove through the streets of Oakhaven, but the town was no longer a static map. It was a living collage. On one corner, a Victorian-era milkman was staring in mute shock at a neon sign for a laundromat that had flickered into existence across the street. The fog hadn't just been a shroud. It had been a solvent, and now that it had evaporated, the sediment of a century had settled all at once. "The ledger," I said, glancing at the book in Sarah's lap. "It didn't just record what was lost. It kept everything in the same room. Now that the door is open, it's all spilling out." Sarah traced the edge of a page. Her fingers were no longer trembling. "The clerk said we were reintroducing decay. He wasn't wrong. Look." She pointed to a wooden fence. A moment ago, it had been pristine, a white-painted ghost of 1954. Now the paint was curling and peeling in the sunlight, the wood turning a weathered gray. Time was no longer a frozen lake. It was a rushing river, and it was eroding the perfection of the archive. "Good," I muttered. "I'm sick of things staying the same." We reached the edge of town where the surveyor's stake still pulsed with that steady emerald light. As we passed it, the air shimmered, a brief distortion like heat rising off asphalt. Beyond that point, the road didn't lead back to the highway we knew. The fog had retreated, but it had left behind a landscape that defied the old maps. To the west, where the coastal cliffs should have been, a vast, ancient forest of redwoods loomed, their trunks so wide they could have swallowed the truck whole. To the east, the rolling hills had sharpened into jagged, snow-capped peaks that hadn't been there when I'd started my shift 3 days, or 3 centuries, ago. The radio, silent for so long it had become a piece of dead plastic in the dash, suddenly hissed to life. It wasn't the clerk's voice this time. It was a burst of static, followed by a human cough. "Calling any station on the 124th. This is the Northern Pass. Is the bell ringing? We heard something. It sounded like the sky cracking open." I grabbed the receiver, my hand feeling heavy and real. "This is Thorne. The bell is ringing. The meridian is fixed. Who is this?" This is Miller, bridge crew. At least I think it is. The fog just turned into rain, Thorne, actual wet rain. I'm standing here getting soaked, and I've never been happier in my life. "Hold your position, Miller," I said, a lump forming in my throat. "Keep that orange light burning. We're coming around to sync the secondary lines." "Copy that. And Thorne, there's a girl here. She's wearing a dress from the 30s and she's asking for a doctor. I think people are waking up. All of them." I hung up the receiver and looked at Sarah. She was looking out the window at the new world. A herd of deer, or something like them, their antlers branching like coral, leaped across the road in a single, fluid motion. "We have to find the others," she said. "The surveyor said there was a radio operator in the south, if we can reach them before the clerks regroup." "Will they?" I asked. "I saw the original get pulled into the gears. I saw him shredded." "The clerk was just a function, Elias. A clerk doesn't exist without an office. The archive is still there. It's just been breached. They'll try to patch the hole. They'll try to find a way to reconcile the noise we've introduced. They'll try to make us part of the record again." I pressed the accelerator. The truck responded with a roar that felt like a challenge. "Let them try. We've got the key, we've got the ledger, and we've got a full tank of gas." We drove for hours through a world that was being rewritten in real time. We saw a Roman-style aqueduct crossing a modern interstate. We saw fields of blue flowers that smelled like ozone and old memories. The sun stayed high in the sky, as if reluctant to let go of this first, glorious day of the new era. As we climbed into the southern hills, the temperature began to fluctuate. One moment it was the balmy heat of summer, the next, a crisp autumn breeze that carried the scent of wood smoke. The fog hadn't disappeared entirely. It lingered in the deep valleys and under the thick canopies of the new forests, a thin, defeated mist that no longer had the strength to swallow the light. There, Sarah said, pointing to a ridge. A solitary radio tower stood against the horizon, its skeletal frame wrapped in vines that seemed to be growing at an impossible speed. At its base, a small shack emitted a steady, sapphire glow. I pulled the truck up the steep, winding track, the tires kicking up gravel that sparkled like crushed diamonds. When I killed the engine, the silence of the hills was no longer heavy. It was filled with the rustle of leaves and the distant, haunting cry of a bird that might have been extinct for 1,000 years. We stepped out of the truck. The air here was thin and sweet. A man emerged from the shack. He was young, barely 20, wearing a headset around his neck and a heavy wool coat that looked too big for him. He was holding a handheld flare that burned with a brilliant blue flame. "You're the ones," he said, his eyes wide. "The ones from the 124th. I heard the signal. I saw the green light hit the clouds." "I'm Thorne," I said. "This is Sarah, you the operator." "Danny," he said, shaking my hand. His skin was pale as if he'd spent a lifetime in the dark. "I've been sitting in that shack since the dials stopped moving. My grandfather was the one who started the beacon. He told me to wait for the bell. I thought he was crazy. I thought the world was just the shack and the fog." "It's bigger now," Sarah said, stepping forward. She held out the ledger. "Danny, we need to link your beacon to the courthouse. We need to create a permanent resonance. If we can lock the sapphire to the emerald, we can push the archive back to the edges of the map." Danny looked at the book, his face illuminated by the blue flare. "My grandfather had notes about this. He called it the triangulation of being. He said that if you could get 3 points of light to vibrate at the same frequency, you could create a zone where time flows in a circle instead of a straight line, a place where things stay real." "Where is your transmitter?" I asked. He led us into the shack. It was a cramped space filled with vacuum tubes, copper wiring, and the smell of hot solder. In the center of the room was a massive glass bulb filled with a swirling blue gas. It hummed with a low-frequency vibration that made my teeth ache. "I can't get it to sync," Danny admitted, gesturing to a row of dials. "The signal from the courthouse is too sharp. It's like a needle. I need something to soften it, something to give it texture." Sarah didn't hesitate. She placed the Ledger of Becomings on the table next to the glass bulb. "The book is the texture," she said. "It's the record of everything that wasn't supposed to matter. The noise, the errors." She opened the book to the very first page, the one where the clerk had written my name in that shimmering silver ink. She took a pen from the desk and with a steady hand drew a line through Thorne Elias. Underneath it, she wrote, "Surveyor of the New World." Then she turned to the back of the book, to the blank pages that had never been filled. "Danny, give me a wire," she commanded. The boy handed her a thin strand of copper. Sarah wrapped one end around the spine of the ledger and the other around the base of the glass bulb. "Elias the lantern," she said. I brought the silver lantern from the truck. Its light was faint now, a dying ember of the old world. I placed it on top of the ledger. The moment the 3 objects touched, the book, the lantern, and the transmitter, the room exploded with light. It wasn't a blinding flash, but a slow, expanding bloom of indigo. The glass bulb began to glow with a fierce intensity, the gas inside spinning into a miniature galaxy. The dials on the wall began to spin. The static on the radio transformed into a clear, melodic tone, a single note that felt like the foundation of the universe. "It's working," Danny whispered, his hands hovering over the controls. The frequency, it's matching. I can see the other beacons on the scope. He pointed to a small green screen. 3 dots of light were pulsing in perfect unison: the emerald of the courthouse, the orange of the bridge, and the sapphire of the tower. Between them, lines of white light began to stitch themselves together, forming a vast, glowing triangle that covered the entire valley. Outside, the world reacted. A shockwave of clarity rolled across the hills. The lingering mists vanished instantly, snuffed out like candles. The stars began to appear in the sky, even though the sun was still visible on the horizon. They weren't the stars I remembered. They were brighter, closer, arranged in constellations that told new stories. "We did it," I said, leaning against the doorframe. "The fog is pushed back." "For now," Sarah said, her voice quiet. She was looking at the ledger. The silver ink of my name was fading, replaced by the dark, permanent black of her own handwriting. "The triangle is a cage, Elias. It keeps the archive out, but it also keeps us in. We've created a sanctuary, but the rest of the world is still lost in the fog." I looked out at the horizon. The triangle of light was massive, covering hundreds of square miles, but beyond its borders the gray wall still loomed, vast and indifferent. The clerk was gone, but the archive was infinite. "Then we expand the triangle," I said. "We find more beacons. We find more people. We keep driving until the lines cover everything." Sarah looked at me, and for the first time since I'd found her in the lighthouse, the shadows in her eyes were gone. "You're a long-haul driver, aren't you, Thorn?" "I was," I said, reaching for my keys. "Now I think I'm just a man with a very long road ahead of him." We stayed at the tower for a while, helping Danny stabilize the signal. We talked about the people we'd seen waking up, the jumble of eras, the strange new geography. We were the architects of a beautiful chaos, and for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid of the dark. As the sun finally began to set, a spectacular display of violet and gold that seemed to last for hours, we climbed back into the truck. The lantern on the dash was dark now, but we didn't need it. The world was beginning to provide its own light. I turned the key. The engine hummed, a steady, reliable sound. "Where first?" I asked. Sarah opened the ledger to a blank page. She looked at the road ahead, where the emerald, orange, and sapphire lights met in the sky, creating a bridge of pure color. "North," she said. "The bridge crew said there were more signals further up the coast, fainter ones. I think there are other people who held their ground. We just have to find them." I put the truck in gear and let off the brake. We rolled down the hill, leaving the blue light of the tower behind us. As we reached the valley floor, I looked in the rearview mirror. The courthouse clock tower was visible in the distance, its bell still tolling, though I could no longer hear it. It was a heartbeat, a reminder that time was moving, that things were changing, and that we were alive to see it. The road stretched out before us, a ribbon of black asphalt cutting through a world that was being born and reborn with every second. The fog was a memory, the clerk was a ghost, and the ledger was no longer a record of what was lost. It was a map of what was next. I reached out and took Sarah's hand. Her grip was warm and solid. "Keep reading, Sarah," I said. "Tell me what's on the next page." She looked at the blank paper, then up at the stars. "Whatever we want, Elias," she said. "Whatever we want." And together, we drove into the first night of the new world. The road did not end where the map said it should. According to the old charts tucked into the glove box, the northern route out of Oakhaven was supposed to terminate at a rocky bluff overlooking the Pacific. Instead, the asphalt simply transitioned into a lane of crushed white seashells that glowed with a faint phosphorescence under our headlights. To our left, the ocean was no longer a gray expanse of salt and spray. It was a mirror of the sky, the water so still and clear that the reflection of the new constellations made it feel as though we were driving along the edge of a cosmic abyss. "The geometry is still settling," Sarah observed, her eyes fixed on the horizon. She held the ledger open, but she wasn't looking at the words. She was feeling the pages. The archive didn't just store things, it compressed them. Now that the pressure is off, the world is expanding like a lung taking its first breath in a century. I kept my hand steady on the wheel. The truck felt different, lighter, more responsive, as if the engine had been tuned by the same celestial mechanic who had calibrated the bell. We passed a grove of trees that looked like weeping willows, but their leaves were ribbons of beaten copper that clattered softly in the breeze. Beneath them, a group of people sat around a fire. They were dressed in the heavy, quilted robes of monks, but as we passed, one of them stood and waved a glowing tablet, a piece of technology that looked centuries ahead of anything I'd seen in the city. They aren't just from our past, I realized, the hair on my arm standing up. The fog took from the future, too. The archive didn't care about the arrow of time, Sarah said. It only cared about the now. To a clerk, a memory from tomorrow is just as valuable as a memory from yesterday. It's all just data to be filed. We reached a fork in the road. To the right, the path led into a canyon where the air shimmered with a heat haze of deep crimson. To the left, the seashell road continued toward a bridge that seemed to be made of frozen moonlight. The bridge, I said instinctively. Miller said they were at the northern pass. As we approached the span, I saw the orange light he had described. It wasn't a flare or a lamp. It was a massive, industrial-sized brazier perched atop a pylon. The fire inside didn't smoke. It burned with a roar that echoed across the water, casting long, flickering shadows that danced across the surface of the sea. I pulled the truck to a stop at the foot of the bridge. A man was standing there, leaning against a rusted girder. He was wearing a grease-stained jumpsuit and a hard hat with a cracked visor. In his hand was a heavy wrench, but he held it like a talisman rather than a tool. "Thorne," he called out as I climbed down from the cab. "Miller." The man walked forward, his boots crunching on the shells. He looked exhausted, his face lined with the grime of 1,000 shifts, but his eyes were bright with a terrifying, ecstatic clarity. He looked at the truck, then at Sarah, then at the sky. "The sky," he whispered. "I forgot it had so many holes in it." "It's not just holes, Miller," Sarah said, stepping out to join us. "It's the light coming through." Miller nodded slowly. He pointed toward the far side of the bridge. "We've got a problem, Thorne, the orange light. It's holding the bridge together, but the fog is thicker on the other side. It's not retreating like it did in Oakhaven. It's piling up against the edge of the triangle. It's like a wall of gray wool." "The clerks," Sarah muttered, her grip tightening on the ledger. "They're building a dam." I walked to the edge of the pylon and looked across the span. Miller was right. About halfway across the bridge, the clear, starlit air ended abruptly. Beyond that point, the world was a solid block of featureless gray. It wasn't drifting. It was vibrating, a dense, pressurized wall of static that seemed to be pushing back against the orange glow of the brazier. "They can't stop the bell from ringing," I said, "so they're trying to muffle the sound." "It's worse than that," Miller said. He led us to the base of the brazier. "The fuel is running low. This wasn't meant to burn forever. It was a marker, a temporary fix. If the fire goes out, the bridge doesn't just go dark. It goes back to the archive. And we've got about 50 people on the other side trying to cross." I looked into the heart of the orange flame. It was flickering, the edges of the fire turning a sickly, translucent violet, the color of the clerks. "We need a catalyst," Sarah said. She looked at the ledger, then at me. "Elia's the silver lantern. Is there anything left in it?" I ran back to the truck and grabbed the lantern. It was cold to the touch, the wick a charred thread. I shook it. There was a faint slosh of liquid at the bottom, but it didn't smell like kerosene. It smelled like the air in the courthouse right before the third strike of the bell, sharp, cold, and ancient. "There's a drop of something," I said, bringing it to the brazier. "It's not fuel," Sarah said, her voice rising with a sudden realization. "It's intent. The lantern didn't burn because of oil. It burned because you were looking for something. It burned because you refused to be lost. She took the lantern from my hand and held it over the dying orange fire. Miller, get your crew back. Move everyone into the center of the triangle. Now. Miller didn't ask questions. He blew a sharp blast on a silver whistle, and from the shadows of the bridge supports, men and women began to emerge, scurrying toward the Oakhaven side of the span. They were a motley group, construction workers from the 70s, sailors in heavy peacoats, even a child in a modern yellow raincoat clutching a plastic dinosaur. Sarah looked at me. Elias, I need you to remember. Remember what? The moment you decided to drive, not the job, not the shift. The moment you decided that the road was the only thing that made sense. I need that feeling. The archive can't process a journey that hasn't ended. I closed my eyes. I thought of the thousands of miles of blacktop I'd covered. I thought of the hum of the tires on the 101, the smell of rain on hot pavement, the way the world looks at 3:00 a.m. when you're the only soul awake between two horizons. I thought of the sheer, stubborn will it took to keep moving forward when you didn't know where you were going. I'm driving, Sarah, I whispered. I'm not stopping. Sarah tipped the lantern. A single, pearlescent drop of liquid fell into the orange fire. The reaction was instantaneous. The brazier didn't just flare. It erupted in a pillar of white-hot light that shot straight into the zenith. The orange flame turned a brilliant, blinding gold. The roar of the fire changed pitch, becoming a thunderous chord that shook the very foundations of the bridge. The wall of fog across the span didn't just retreat, it shattered. I watched as the gray static was torn apart by the golden light. It didn't evaporate this time. It broke into jagged shards of shadow that dissolved before they hit the water. The bridge extended, the frozen moonlight stretching out to meet a new shoreline, a rugged, emerald coast dotted with lighthouses that were all suddenly, simultaneously, blinking into life. The people who had been trapped on the bridge let out a collective sob of relief as they stumbled into the golden zone. They looked like ghosts regaining their flesh, their colors deepening, their shadows becoming sharp and real on the Whiteshell Road. But as the light cleared the path, I saw something else. Standing at the very edge of the new horizon, where the gold met the retreating gray, was a figure. It wasn't a mirror clerk. It was taller, thinner, dressed in a suit of such dark charcoal it seemed to absorb the light around it. It held no rod, no ledger. It simply stood there watching us. The head librarian, Sarah breathed, her face turning pale. The figure didn't move, but the air around us grew suddenly cold. The melodic tone of the radio tower in the south wavered, a dissonant screech momentarily breaking the harmony. He's not trying to fight us, I said, watching the figure. He's waiting. Waiting for what? Miller asked, his hand white-knuckled on his wrench. For us to tire out, Sarah said. She looked at the ledger in her lap. The pages were fluttering, though there was no wind. The world is big, Elias, but the archive is everything else. For every mile we reclaim, there are 1,000,000 more still in the dark. He's waiting for us to realize how small we are. I looked at the people huddled on the bridge. They were cold, confused, and displaced in time, but they were breathing. They were looking at each other. A man in a top hat was helping a woman in a tracksuit adjust her coat. The child with the dinosaur was pointing at the stars. He's going to be waiting a long time, I said. I turned back to the truck. The engine was still idling, a steady, defiant heartbeat in the silence. Miller, stay here. Keep this fire gold. If it starts to turn violet, you ring that bell until your arms break. Where are you going? Miller asked. There are more beacons, I said, climbing into the driver's seat. There's a surveyor's line that needs to be finished, and I've still got half a tank of gas. Sarah climbed in beside me. She opened the ledger to the page where she'd rewritten my name. Beneath * surveyor of the New World *, she began to write a list of coordinates. numbers that seemed to shimmer into existence on the paper as she thought of them. The 124th meridian was just the beginning, she said. The archive has a spine. If we can follow it, we can break it. I looked at the figure in the charcoal suit one last time. He didn't move, but I could feel his gaze, a cold, analytical weight that tried to turn me back into a series of data points. I didn't blink. I engaged the gears, the truck roaring as I turned it back toward the open road. "We aren't just mapping the world anymore, Sarah," I said as we accelerated away from the bridge, the golden light of the brazier reflecting in the rearview mirror. "No," she agreed, her pen moving rapidly across the page. "We're writing it." The road ahead was no longer just shells or asphalt. It was a shifting, kaleidoscopic path that wound through forests of glass and plains of singing grass. The fog was still there, lurking in the periphery, a constant reminder of the void we were carving our lives out of. But as the truck sped north, the three lights, emerald, orange, and sapphire, remained locked in the sky, a celestial compass that refused to let the darkness close back in. We were out of sync, out of time, and out of maps. And for the first time in my life, I knew exactly where I was going. The engine's vibration was no longer just a mechanical hum. It had become a physical extension of my own pulse, a rhythmic reassurance that as long as we were moving, we existed. The whiteshell road beneath our tires began to hum in a sympathetic frequency, a sound like 1,000 crystal glasses being struck at once. Behind us, the golden pillar of the bridge receded into a brilliant spark, one of the few fixed points in a geography that was still struggling to decide what it wanted to be. Sarah was hunched over the ledger, her pen scratching furiously. The silver ink didn't just sit on the paper anymore. It seemed to hover slightly above the fibers, glowing with a restless, bioluminescent light. "The head librarian isn't just a guardian, Elias," she whispered, her eyes tracking the shifting lines of her own handwriting. "He's the personification of the index. He's the reason why things stay where they are put. By moving, by changing the destination, we're creating a syntax error in his reality." "Then let's give him a stroke," I said, shifting into fifth gear. The landscape to our right began to fold. A mountain range that looked like it had been sketched in charcoal rose out of the earth, only to dissolve into a forest of towering, translucent ferns seconds later. We were driving through the unsorted sections of the world, the places where the archive had dumped the things it hadn't yet categorized. I saw a Roman aqueduct spanning a dry riverbed made of rusted typewriter keys. I saw a Victorian greenhouse filled with tropical birds that sang in Morse code. "There," Sarah pointed. "The next node, it's not a tower this time, it's a pulse, deep underground." The coordinates on the page were shifting, the numbers spinning like the tumblers of a lock. I steered the truck off the shell road and onto a plain of violet moss that felt like driving on a thick carpet. In the distance, a rhythmic thudding began to vibrate through the chassis of the truck, a low-frequency boom that felt like a giant's heartbeat. As we drew closer, the source of the sound became visible. It was a massive, circular depression in the earth, lined with mirrors that reflected the new stars back into the sky. At the center of the crater stood a single, weathered telephone booth. It was an old model, the red paint peeling, but the light inside was burning with a fierce, sapphire intensity. "That's it?" I asked, slowing the truck to a crawl at the lip of the crater. "A phone booth." "It's a relay," Sarah said, already opening her door. "The archive used it to listen. If we can flip the polarity, it becomes a speaker. It broadcasts the frequency of Oakhaven to the entire northern quadrant." We scrambled down the slope of the crater, our boots sliding on the mirrored glass. The air inside the depression was thick with the smell of ozone and old paper. The thudding sound was deafening here, a physical pressure against my chest. Inside the booth, the phone was off the hook, dangling by its silver cord. A voice was coming through the receiver, not a human voice, but a dry, rustling sound, like millions of pages being turned at once. "It's the index," Sarah shouted over the noise. It's reading the names of everyone who was ever lost. I reached for the receiver, but Sarah caught my wrist. Don't. If you listen to it, you'll become a part of the record. You have to interrupt it. How? She handed me the ledger. Read. Read anything. Read the names of the people we saw on the bridge. Read the description of the truck. Read the way the coffee tasted back at the diner. Give it something that isn't a record. Give it a memory. I took the book. My hands were shaking. I looked at the page where Sarah had written my name. I looked at the ink that was still wet, the silver light reflecting in my eyes. I didn't read what she had written. I looked at the sapphire light of the booth and I started to talk. My name is Elias Thorne, I said, my voice cracking. I grew up in a house with a leaky roof in Oregon. I remember the smell of pine needles after a storm. I remember the way my father's hands looked when he was fixing a radiator, greasy and scarred but steady. I remember the first time I saw the ocean and how it made me feel like I was finally small enough to be free. The rustling voice in the receiver faltered. The sapphire light flickered, turning a pale, watery blue. I remember the girl I didn't marry, I continued, the words spilling out of me like a dam breaking. I remember the way she laughed when she was nervous. I remember the sound of the rain on the roof of this truck the night the fog came. I remember the fear, but I also remember the way the heater felt against my boots. The thudding heartbeat of the crater skipped a beat. The mirrors around us began to glow, catching the sapphire light and throwing it back toward the telephone booth. Keep going, Sarah urged, her hands pressed against the glass of the booth. I'm a long-haul driver, I yelled into the receiver. I've seen every sunset from Maine to California. I know the rhythm of the road. I know that the world isn't a file or a record. It's a mess. It's a beautiful, chaotic, broken mess that doesn't need to be indexed. It needs to be lived. With a sound like a thunderclap, the sapphire light exploded. A wave of blue energy rippled out from the telephone booth, racing up the sides of the crater and into the sky. The dangling receiver began to sing, a clear, high-pitched whistle that harmonized perfectly with the bell of Oakhaven and the roar of the bridge's fire. The rustling voice was gone. In its place was a dial tone, the longest, purest note I had ever heard. It's linked, Sarah whispered, looking up. Above us, the white lines of the triangle stretched further north, stitching themselves into the horizon. The sapphire light of the crater joined the emerald and orange, forming a new, vast geometric shape that pushed the gray wall of the fog back another 100 miles. But as the light settled, the cold returned. I looked up toward the rim of the crater. The figure in the charcoal suit was standing there. He wasn't alone anymore. Behind him, dozens of mirror clerks stood in a silent semicircle, their silver rods gleaming in the sapphire light. They didn't move to attack. They simply stood, a wall of gray bureaucracy blocking the path back to the truck. The head librarian stepped forward. He had no face, only a smooth, featureless surface of polished slate where his features should have been. When he spoke, the sound didn't come from a mouth. It vibrated directly into our skulls, a cold, heavy sensation like lead. The collection must be complete, *, the voice resonated. You are anomalies. You are the ink that has spilled outside the lines. You do not belong to the world. You belong to the archive. Sarah stepped in front of me, the ledger held against her chest like a shield. The world is changing, librarian. You can't file a storm. You can't index a fire. The storm ends, the librarian replied. The fire dies, and when the ashes cool, they are gathered, they are measured, they are stored. We are the end of all things. We are the silence after the last word is spoken. He raised a hand, and the mirror clerks began to descend into the crater. They moved with a terrifying, synchronized grace, their footsteps making no sound on the glass. I looked at Sarah. I looked at the truck parked at the top of the slope, just beyond the line of clerks. I looked at the sapphire light of the phone booth, which was already beginning to dim as the clerks drew closer, their presence acting like a vacuum for the light. "We aren't the last word," I said, stepping up beside her. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the heavy brass key to the truck. It felt warm in my hand, vibrating with the same life that was in the engine. "We're the preface." I grabbed a heavy, discarded piece of mirrored glass from the crater floor. "Sarah, get to the truck. I'll clear a path." "Elias, no." "Go," I shoved the ledger into her hands. "The world needs the map. I'm just the driver." I didn't wait for her to argue. I charged up the slope, screaming a defiance I didn't know I possessed. The clerks raised their rods, the violet light flaring, but I didn't stop. I swung the shard of glass, and when it struck the first clerk, the creature didn't bleed. It shattered like a window, its form dissolving into a cloud of gray dust and old parchment. The others swarmed me. The cold was agonizing, a numbing frost that seeped into my bones. I felt my memories flickering, the smell of the pine needles, the face of the girl I didn't marry. They were being pulled from me, filed away into the void. But I held onto the key. I held onto the weight of it, the reality of it. I felt a hand on my collar pulling me upward. It was Miller. He had followed us along with a dozen men from the bridge crew, armed with wrenches, hammers, and pieces of rusted iron. "You didn't think we'd let the driver go it alone, did you?" Miller grunted, swinging a heavy pipe into a clerk's chest. The crater became a battlefield of light and shadow. The bridge crew fought with the desperation of men who had just rediscovered their own lives. They weren't fighting for a cause. They were fighting for the right to be exhausted, the right to be dirty, the right to grow old. In the chaos, I saw Sarah reach the truck. She scrambled into the driver's seat and turned the key. The engine roared to life, a sound of pure, unadulterated defiance that seemed to shake the librarian himself. She backed the truck up, the heavy tires crunching over the clerks who tried to stop her, and swung the passenger door open. "Elias, now." I broke away from the fray, Miller and his men providing a wall of muscle and iron behind me. I leaped for the running board, my fingers catching the metal as the truck began to accelerate. Sarah pulled me inside, her face set in a mask of grim determination. The librarian stood in the center of the road, his hand raised. The air in front of the truck began to thicken, the gray fog coalescing into a solid wall of stone. "He's closing the book," Sarah shouted. "Not today," I said, reaching over her and slamming my foot down on the accelerator. We didn't hit the stone, we hit the light. The sapphire energy from the phone booth, the orange from the bridge, and the emerald from the courthouse converged on the truck, wrapping the metal in a shimmering, multicolored hull. We became a spear of pure intent, a needle of reality stitching its way through the librarian's shroud. There was a sound like a million glass bells shattering at once. The world turned white, then gold, then a deep, infinite blue. When my vision cleared, the crater was gone. The librarian was gone. The clerks were gone. We were parked on a high ridge, the engine idling softly. Below us, the valley was a tapestry of lights. It wasn't just the three beacons anymore. Dozens, hundreds of small fires were flickering in the distance. The triangle had broken, but it hadn't vanished. It had expanded into a web, a shimmering net of light that covered the horizon. The fog was still there, a distant gray ring at the edge of the world, but it was no longer a wall. It was a shore, and we were on the land. Sarah sat back in the seat, her chest heaving. She looked at her hands, then at the ledger. The book was full. Every page was covered in silver ink, the words moving and flowing like a living thing. "It's finished," she whispered. "The index is broken." "So what happens now?" I asked, looking out at the new world. The sun was beginning to rise, a real sun, warm and yellow, casting long, honest shadows across the hills. Sarah closed the ledger. She looked at me, and for the first time, she smiled. It wasn't the smile of a librarian or a survivor. It was the smile of a woman who had just realized she didn't have anywhere to be. "Now," she said, "we see where the road goes." I put the truck in gear. The asphalt was solid beneath us, the lines were yellow and white, and the air was filled with the scent of salt and pine. I reached out and turned off the radio, which was playing a soft, melodic tune, a song I didn't recognize, but one I knew I would learn the words to. I looked in the rearview mirror. The silver lantern on the dash was gone, replaced by a simple glass marble that caught the morning light. We drove down the ridge, leaving the high places behind. We passed through towns that were waking up, through forests that were growing, and over rivers that were flowing toward a sea that was finally, truly blue. The road stretched out before us, long and winding and full of potholes. It was imperfect. It was uncertain. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I reached for Sarah's hand, and she took mine. "Where first?" I asked. She looked at the horizon, where the light was chasing the last of the shadows away. "Surprise me, Elias," she said. "Just keep driving." And so I did.